Hello, everyone. I'm excited to share a true scary bedtime story with you today. This story might help you drift off to sleep. But before we begin, make sure to snuggle up in your blankets and close your eyes. I know some of you are listening to this story to help you fall asleep. So before we begin, make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. As you relax, I wonder where you're listening from. Maybe a cozy bedroom or perhaps a comfy living room. Either way, get ready for an adventure that might just tickle your imagination. Before we begin, take a deep breath and settle into the comfort of your bed. Feel the soft support of the earth beneath you, steady and strong, just as these stories have stood the test of time. As I count down from 10 to 1, let go of any lingering tension in your body and allow the peaceful energy of this moment to wash over you. 10. Let your shoulders soften. 9. Feel the comfort of your bed beneath you, as if cradling you in warmth. 8. Know that you are safe, and tonight's story will carry you gently into sleep. 7. Close your eyes and feel the rhythm of your breath, steady and calm. 6. Imagine the sounds of nature all around. A soft breeze, the rustling of leaves. 5. Feel your body relax more deeply, surrendering to the peaceful night. 4. You are drifting now, letting go of any remaining thoughts. 3. Each breath takes you deeper into relaxation. 2. You are fully at peace, ready to dream. 1. Now, let the story carry you away into a world where anything is possible. So, as you relax, know that you are part of a tradition that spans generations, where stories like this one have lulled countless others to sleep. Let this be your moment of peace, your escape from the rush of the world. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let the adventure unfold as you drift further into restful sleep. And now, we begin. Once upon a time, in a small, sleepy town where the sun rarely shone bright and the shadows seemed to linger just a little too long, there lived a woman named Clara. Clara was an artist, a dreamer with an eye for beauty and a heart full of stories waiting to be told. She spent her days painting in her cozy, cluttered studio filled with canvases, brushes, and jars of colorful paint. But there was one thing Clara loved more than anything else: capturing moments in time, frozen forever in the perfect photograph. One rainy afternoon, Clara decided to explore the town's flea market. She had heard whispers about a hidden treasure of forgotten belongings waiting to be discovered. With her bright yellow umbrella in hand, she braved the drizzling rain, hoping to find something special. As she wandered through the maze of tables and stalls, she stumbled upon a vendor selling vintage items. Among old books, dusty trinkets, and faded postcards, Clara's eyes landed on a charming old camera sitting quietly in a corner, as if it were waiting just for her. The camera had a sleek, shiny body worn with age and a leather strap that looked like it had seen many adventures. Intrigued, Clara approached the vendor, who smiled and told her that the camera had a story of its own. It belonged to a local photographer named Edward, he explained, who mysteriously disappeared many years ago. They say he captured something not meant to be seen. Those words sent a shiver down Clara's spine, but she was captivated. She felt an odd connection to the camera, and after some haggling, she decided to buy it. The vendor chuckled softly as she left, telling her to be careful and to mind what she captured. Once home, Clara eagerly opened the camera's compartment to find a roll of film still intact. It was a little dusty, but she figured it would work. She loaded the film and couldn't wait to take her first picture. First, she snapped a photo of her beloved dog, Max, who was snoozing by her feet. Then, she captured the beautiful view of the garden outside her window, the colors vibrant even in the gray light of the rainy day. Excited, Clara rushed to develop the film in her darkroom. As she dipped the photos into the developer fluid, she could hardly contain her excitement. But when she pulled them out, her heart sank. In each picture, a hazy, ghostly figure loomed in the background, just out of focus, yet undeniably there. Clara squinted at the images, rubbing her eyes. It must be a trick of the light, she thought, trying to brush off the uneasy feeling creeping over her. Still curious, Claire decided to take more pictures. She spent the following days snapping everything around her. Flowers in her garden, the towering trees in the nearby park, and her friends as they laughed and chatted over coffee. But each time, that spectral figure appeared, creeping ever closer, growing more detailed. In one shot of her friend Sarah, the figure stood behind her, staring directly at the camera, its features eerily clear, a pale face with hollow eyes and a twisted, sad smile. Clara's heart raced as she flipped through the photos, each one more unsettling than the last. What was happening? Was it just her imagination running wild? She decided to investigate the camera's history. As the sunlight trickled through her window, Clara sat down with her laptop, searching for any articles or stories about Edward. She found an old newspaper article that chilled her to the bone. It described how Edward had been a talented photographer who was known for capturing beautiful moments, but he became obsessed with trying to photograph a ghost he believed haunted the town. Friends noted his growing obsession, his increasing solitude, and how he spoke of seeing a figure in his photographs. The article ended with a sentence that sent a cold wave of fear through Clara. He vanished without a trace, and his last photographs were filled with eerie, ghostly figures that seemed to grow closer until they swallowed him whole. The hairs on Clara's arms stood on end. She felt a sense of dread creeping into her heart. Could this ghostly figure in her photos be the same one that haunted Edward? Was she now in the same perilous situation? Clara thought of the figure she had seen in her friend's picture, its hollow eyes and twisted smile, hauntingly familiar. Determined to understand, Clara began visiting the places Edward had wandered in his search for the ghost, hoping to uncover the truth. One evening, she stood in an abandoned park under the glow of the full moon, the air thick with an ominous stillness. She raised her camera, heart pounding, snapping a picture of an old, gnarled tree. When the photo developed, the figure was even closer, almost reaching out toward her. Feeling an icy grip of fear, Clara realized she didn't just have a haunted camera. She was becoming part of a terrifying legacy. Each photo was drawing the ghost nearer, its presence creeping into her life. Clara decided to confront the problem head-on, so she held a seance in her home, inviting a local medium to help her communicate with the spirit. The medium, a woman with long silver hair and deep, knowing eyes, set up candles and incense around Clara's living room. As the candles flickered, the shadows danced, and Clara felt a sense of unease. She closed her eyes, letting the medium's voice guide her. They called out to the spirit, asking why it was haunting Clara. The room grew cold, and the flickering flames of the candles seemed to shudder in response. Suddenly, Clara began to feel a presence, the air thickening as if something was pressing down on her. The medium gasped, her voice trembling. It doesn't want to be forgotten. It seeks connection. Clara's heart raced as she realized that the ghost was not just a mere apparition. It was longing for something more, a piece of history that had been lost. The medium instructed Clara to take one last photo, to invite the spirit to reveal itself fully. With shaky hands, Clara raised the camera, the weight of the past heavy upon her. As she pressed the shutter, she felt a rush of cold air sweep through the room, and everything went dark. She fell back, gasping. When she gathered herself and looked through the camera again, she found the last photograph was unlike any other, a complete portrait of the ghost, standing still and sorrowful, yet oddly serene. Clara realized that this spirit, this lost soul, was not just a haunting. It was a forgotten memory seeking to be remembered. She felt a deep sense of compassion, understanding that the constant capturing of moments could not erase the essence of the past, nor the stories behind them. With newfound resolve, Clara decided to honor Edward and the spirit by creating a gallery showing their work together. She filled the room with her paintings, photographs of the ghost, and stories of Edward's passion On opening night, Clara spoke to the guests about her journey, the power of memories and how they shape our lives, even when forgotten. As the night fell, Clara felt a calm envelope her, the ghost now resting peacefully in the flickering candlelight and warm conversations around her. The haunting turned into a story shared, a memory cherished rather than feared. From that day on, Clara continued to photograph, but she never forgot the lessons learned from the spirit in the photograph. She captured not just images, but the essence of moments, the beauty of memories, and the importance of honoring those who came before. And so, in that small, sleepy town where shadows once seemed so dark and oppressive, Clara shone a light on the forgotten stories, creating a bond that would never be lost again. As the gallery night unfolded, Clara felt a strange mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. The walls, adorned with her art and the unnatural image of the ghost, glowed softly under the warm light. Every guest mingling, laughing, and enjoying the atmosphere couldn't shake off the feeling that something unexplainable lingered in the air, especially as they paused to observe the haunting portrait of the spirit. Clara could see their unease at the ghostly figure's unnerving presence in the photographs, leading to hushed conversations and nervous laughter. As the evening progressed, Clara opted to take a break. She stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. The cool breeze brushed against her skin, a sharp contrast to the warmth of the gallery. The moon hung high, casting spilled silver shadows that danced across the cobbled path. Just as Clara began to relax, she spotted something out of the corner of her eye, a flicker of movement near a cluster of trees lining the gallery's perimeter. Clara peered into the darkness, her heart thudding in her chest. She knew she had promised to confront the ghost, yet facing it alone in the suffocating darkness filled her with dread. She took a cautious step toward the shadows, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down upon her. The sound of her breath was all she could hear, until suddenly a chilling breeze swept through the trees, rustling the leaves like whispers from another world. Determined, Clara moved closer, her curiosity trumping her fear. With each step, she felt the air grow colder, as if the very spirit of the woods was urging her to turn back. But she pressed on, thinking of Edward and the connection she felt to his story. When she reached the edge of the shadows, she felt a tingling sensation creeping up her spine. Something was watching her. Just then, a figure emerged from the darkness. Clara's heart dropped into her stomach. It was the same ghostly figure from her photographs. It stood among the trees, its face hidden in shadows, yet the hollow eyes glimmered faintly in the moonlight. Clara felt a jolt of fear, but her mind was flooded with compassion. She knew this spirit was not here to harm her. Instead, it was reaching out, drawn by her manifestation of its story, seeking solace and understanding. "Why do you linger here?" Clara called out, her voice trembling among the rustling leaves. "What do you need?" The figure didn't move, but she could feel the desperation radiating from its stillness. In that moment, something shifted in the air, a sudden rush of energy that felt potent and electric. Clara remembered the medium's advice. She must not show fear. So, she took a deep breath and stepped forward, extending her hand as an offering of peace. "I want to help you. I want to understand," she whispered. The figure hesitated, and Clara could feel the distance between them closing ever so slightly. The spirit suddenly flickered like a candle in a gust, and in an instant, it was right before Clara, holding a strange, old envelope. It was weathered and yellow with age, the edges curled and torn, but Clara could see a faint image of herself resembling an old photograph within. Her heart raced as she reached out to touch the envelope. "What is this?" she asked, feeling an urgency swell in her chest. As her fingers brushed against the surface, a rush of memories surged through her mind, a cacophony of laughter and tears, moments stolen by time, and inescapable melancholy. The ghost seemed to nod almost imperceptibly, encouraging her to open it. Clara's hands trembled as she carefully opened the envelope, revealing an assortment of photographs. They were snapshots of Edward's life, a vibrant, bustling street filled with laughter, a gathering of friends under the sun, an unforgettably beautiful moment in time captured perfectly. Yet in each image, the ghost was there, lurking just beyond the golden hour glow, haunting each moment he tried to capture. With a jolt, Clara understood the spirit's pain and longing. Edward had dedicated his life to capturing joy but had become a shadow among the memories he cherished. Clara could feel his sorrow pulling at her heart. She couldn't let this be how they remained, bound to the past, lost in reflection without resolution. As if reading her thoughts, the ghost began to tremble and shimmer, filling the clearing with a soft, ethereal glow. The wind howled around her, sweeping through the trees, and Clara sensed the urgency of the moment. She realized that each photograph Edward had taken tethered him closer to this world, feeding the haunting presence. He needed to let go, to release these memories and the ties binding him. "Edward," Clara said, her voice firm yet filled with empathy, "you must move on. You've captured so much beauty, but you can't keep holding on to the past. It's time to find peace." As she spoke, she felt an awakening within her, an understanding that she too had to embrace her past, the good and the bad, rather than letting it haunt her. The ghost shimmered, his features sharpening in the moonlight, revealing a face marked by both sadness and a flicker of hope. Clara could see the depth of his spirit, glistening within the shadows, and she knew she had to make one final connection. In a brave moment, Clara stepped closer, narrowing the gap between them. "Let me take your picture, Edward," she urged. "Let me capture not just the sorrow, but the freedom. Let this be your release." The spirit wavered, caught in the push and pull of the past and the present. Clara lifted her camera, the familiar weight oddly comforting against her hands. She felt a rush of determination. She would not let fear define her nor Edward. With a steady hand, she framed the shot, aligning the ghost and the focus. "Just one more," she murmured, her pulse quickening as she pressed down the shutter. Suddenly, the world around her shifted, the moonlight refracting through the trees like wisps of silver magic. The photo she took glowed in otherworldly light, enveloping Edward in a radiant aura. She could see his expression transform. The twisted sorrow softened, replaced by a serene smile, as if he had finally found what he had been searching for all those years. A gust of wind howled through the clearing, and Clara stepped back, almost overwhelmed by the energy swirling around her. The moment felt surreal, as though time had paused. Edward's spirit lifted, shimmering upward like a butterfly bursting from a cocoon. "You're free," Clara breathed, watching in awe as the ghost became part of the moonlight, radiating warmth and peace. She felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her, knowing that she had helped him find closure. Yet, even as she felt joy, a sorrow gripped her heart, an understanding that an indelible connection had been forged between them, marking the journey she had undertaken. But as the last remnants of Edward vanished into the night, a sense of imbalance filled the air. Clara stood alone, feeling the chilling otherness creep back around her. The shadows deepened, and the wind began to howl again, almost as if a warning echoed through the trees. Tranquility had come for Edward, yet something felt off, almost volatile. Suddenly, the photos in her hand flickered as though they were alive. One by one, the images whispered to her, each revealing a piece of Edward's life that had been captured yet remained unsettled. Clara's breath quickened as one photograph caught her gaze, a deep, dark forest standing ominously in the distance, where the shadows seemed to stretch beyond what should have been possible. A cold realization washed over her. The ghost of Edward had not been the only one wandering between worlds. The feeling of dread pooled in her stomach as she turned to the trees again, her instinct screaming that this was not over. More shadows began to stir, twisting and writhing within the foliage. Clara could sense a tension building, as if something dark was awakening, fueled by the remnants of Edward's spirit still tangled in her life. While she had helped Edward, she had inadvertently unleashed something else. The otherworldly atmosphere felt thick and heavy, the shadows growing bolder, creeping ever closer, inching in on her as if ready to consume her. Clara swallowed hard, adrenaline pounding through her veins. Her heart raced as she stood frozen in place, desperately trying to piece it all together. Unbeknownst to her, lurking in the depths of Edward's world was an ancient spirit, twisted and malevolent, precariously balanced against the goodness Clara had just released. With a shaking breath, she turned, ready to flee. But the darkness roared to life around her. Shadows danced like tendrils reaching out, almost humanoid, threatening to drag her down into an abyss. Clara sprinted back toward the gallery, fueled by sheer panic as the echo of whispers followed her. Each step felt like a reminder that something unspeakable was waiting just beyond sight. She burst through the gallery doors, slamming them shut behind her. Clara leaned against the door, panting heavily, her heart racing. The laughter and chatter of the guests continued, unaware of the chaos brewing outside. But Clara couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness, the chill creeping up her spine that hinted at a lurking danger. Clara turned to her guests, her mind racing as she searched for the words to explain what had just happened. "Everyone, we need to be cautious," she warned breathlessly. "Something has been released. Something dangerous might be out there." The darkness isn't satisfied yet. The guests paused, concern flooding their faces, tracing her eyes back to the gallery's entrance. Just then, an icy gust of wind swept through the room, rattling the windows and causing the candle flames to flicker wildly. The laughter turned to uneasy whispers as shadows danced along the walls, mocking their oblivion. Clara felt dread seep deep into her bones, her paint-stained fingers trembling as she reached for her camera once more, a sense of responsibility washing over her. It was not just about her anymore. She had to protect those she cared about. Gripping the camera tightly, Clara stepped away from the crowd, her heart pounding. "I need to capture whatever darkness has been released," she murmured. The guests looked on in uncertainty, the unease palpable as the atmosphere thickened. Ghostly whispers floated through the air, synchronizing with the shadows curling ominously at the corners of the gallery, teasing her fear. As she snapped another photo, the flash momentarily illuminated the room, revealing the depth of the lurking darkness. With each click of the shutter, Clara could see dark forms coalescing, figures twisted in agony and rage, remnants of lost souls trapped by the very spirit she meant to help. It was like a gathering of shadows, each one more sinister than the last, seeking release, craving the energies of the living. A chill ran down Clara's spine as she realized the photos were not just capturing moments. They were gateways, openings for the darkness to flood in. She needed to seal the breach before it was too late. She focused her thoughts, channeling everything she had learned, the understanding of memories, the connection between worlds, the power of her creativity that could bridge them. Clara raised her camera once more, the shutter clicking repeatedly, more as an incantation than a photograph. Each image began to glow, the luminescence pushing against the encroaching shadows. With sudden resolve, Clara shouted, "You cannot have them." The air crackled with energy as she stepped toward the dark mass. The shadows writhed and recoiled, disoriented by her commanding voice. Clara felt the audience hold their breath, a dramatic pause enveloping the room. She realized in that moment that she wasn't merely fighting back with a camera, but invoking her art as a weapon, a way to push back the darkness threatening to consume everything she loved. Stepping closer to the darkest figure, an amalgamation of sorrow, anger, and desperation, Clara steadied her hand and focused the lens. In an act of defiance, she snapped a photo, and the flash illuminated the figure, casting it momentarily in stark light. The shadows shrieked, an unearthly sound that echoed through the gallery, causing the lights to flicker violently. The figures writhed and twisted as Clara's determination surged. "You are strong, but you do not control me," she declared, the words streaming from her heart. More flashes erupted, sending blinding light through the gallery and repelling the shadows back. Clara felt the energy shift. The darkness began to unravel, dissipating like smoke caught in a gust of wind. She knew she couldn't let up now. Retreating each time felt like letting the shadows win. Gathering every ounce of courage, Clara shouted, You will find peace. As the final photos captured the last of the encroaching spirits, Clara could almost hear their cries transform from anguished and desperate to soft whispers of gratitude and understanding. The figures flickered in and out of focus, their dark silhouettes dissipating, leaving behind a faint glow, a promise of release. With each shutter click, Clara could feel her own heartbeat sync with that of the spirits, echoing the pulse of creativity and life. They were stories, memories, lost in the dark, finally allowed the light they had long sought. The gallery erupted with a luminescent glow as one by one. The shadows withdrew, retreating in a graceful arc, finally honoring Clara's bravery. A sense of calm enveloped the room, and the chilling energy lifted, leaving behind an understanding that memories, even if haunted, were meant to be cherished, released, and remembered. As the last shadow disappeared, Clara could sense a profound change within her. She hadn't just fought as the last shadow disappeared. Clara could sense a profound change within her. She hadn't just fought against the darkness. She had confronted her own fears and insecurities, standing firm against the chaos that threatened to engulf her spirit. But the calm that enveloped the gallery felt eerily fragile, like a thin layer of ice over a deep abyss. Her heart still raced as she turned to face her guests, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. "Are we safe now?" one of the attendees, a young artist named Sophie, asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The way she clutched her sketchbook gave Clara a pang of empathy. The world of art was intertwined with the unseen, often tapping into emotions and energies that could spiral into the uncanny. Clara opened her mouth to respond, to reassure them that the danger had passed. But the instinct brewing within her warned her against speaking too soon. For a moment, silence reigned, heavy and thick. The gallery, often vibrant with color and creativity, felt like a liminal space, caught between what had been and what could potentially emerge. An ominous chill swept through the room, like a cold breath against her skin. Clara's eyes darted back to the entrance, remembering how the shadows had ravaged the air only moments before. Had she truly banished them, or had they simply retreated to regroup, to fester in the corners of the gallery, waiting for the opportune moment to strike again? Then, without warning, the lights flickered overhead, plunging the room into near darkness for just a heartbeat. Clara's heart raced again as a shrill panic set in, and she clutched her camera as if it were a talisman. "Stay close," she commanded, though her voice shook slightly. She felt the presence of her friends surrounding her, the warmth of their bodies forming a barrier against the unknown. Yet every instinct screamed that the danger was not entirely gone. Sophie turned toward the shattered exhibition windows, pointing toward the expanse of night outside. "Look, there's something out there." Clara followed her gaze just in time to see a figure flicker in and out of existence against the starlit backdrop. It was not a shadow. The shape was too defined, too unsettling. It stood tall and gaunt, an echo of a silhouette with elongated limbs that stretched unnaturally high. Clara squinted, heart pounding as the figure danced just beyond the gallery's boundary, its features twisting and contorting with each moment, as if caught in a flickering film reel. It reached out with elongated fingers, beckoning with an eerie confidence. Goosebumps raced across Clara's skin. This was no mere specter. It wasn't just a lost soul, but something else. Something darker, an entity that thrived on the fear it sowed. "Someone should go check the door," shouted Marco, another artist, his bravado crumbling as he realized the enormity of the situation. The gallery, once a sanctuary of creativity, now loomed like a dark cavern, its walls pulsating with the presence of the unseen. Clara felt the weight of the suggestion, but she could not allow her friends to walk into the unknown. "Wait," Clara said slowly, holding her breath. "We mustn't provoke it. The darkness seems tied to that form." She pointed, but even as she did, the air shifted, growing heavier. The figure outside twisted, elongating with each heartbeat, as if the darkness was molding it, feeding off their uncertainty. A whisper fluttered through the air, chilling her to the bone. words they couldn't quite understand but felt deep within their souls. The shadows flickered to life once more, stretching toward the interior of the gallery, creeping along the floor like smoke. Clara sensed the suffocating weight of something alive, watching them with malevolent intent. What if it wants something? Sophie said, eyes wide, as she instinctively stepped closer to Clara, seeking comfort in her presence. Whatever it is, it thrives on fear, Clara replied, her voice steadier than she felt. We have to face it together. The words lingered in the air, the weight of their gravity settling like dust over the unsettled gallery. They were the enveloping fog that accompanied dread, and Clara recognized that the darkness outside might be a messenger, an embodiment of all the unacknowledged fears they had brushed aside in the name of creativity. Let's make sure we are all accounted for, Clara urged, moving amongst her friends. She could see the thin film of sweat glistening on their foreheads, the way they instinctively clustered together. But with every passing moment, that undeniable sense that something was lurking lowered a mantle of tension over the group. Each guest took a breath, sharing nervous glances as they pulled away from the windows. Clara felt a deep rumble beneath the wooden floorboards, a vibration that resonated through her bones. It felt like the very essence of the gallery whispered its secrets to her, urging her to understand. They were connected by something profound, something that transcended the tangible realm, the weight of spirit. Let's turn off the lights, Clara said suddenly, grabbing her camera. We need to see what we're truly dealing with. She flicked the switch, plunging the gallery into semi-darkness, illuminated only by the eerie glow of distant moonlight filtering through the remaining windows. It felt absurdly quiet, the usual hum of electricity a mere memory. In that darkened space, Clara felt herself shift, as if she were straddling a line between worlds. She began capturing images, the flash revealing shapes that twisted in the shadows, moments of potential terror caught in fleeting light. Each click resonated like a heartbeat, echoing through the void. Her heart plunged as the figures shifted, revealing the shapes behind the original darkness, until finally, amidst her frantic capturing, she discerned a familiar outline. Clara focused her camera carefully, and as she pressed the shutter, the figure crystallized for a moment. It was Edward, floating amidst a crowd of tortured specters, their faces twisted in anguish. A chorus of screams erupted from her guests as they saw their own fears take form. Manifestations of loss, anxiety, and despair materializing out of the dark. Clara understood suddenly. Edward was not merely a vessel but a guide, a lifeline to help them confront these entanglements binding them to the past. The figure woefully reached out to her, face fragmented with longing and sorrow. Edward, Clara called, her voice rising above the fray, desperate to make a connection once more. Help us. Help them. The echoes of her pleas felt trapped in a void, the air thick with entitlement, holding captive both warmth and darkness. Clara, what are you doing? Sophie yelled as the shadows pulsated closer, the once distant figures growing bold, consuming the space around them. Get away from there. But Clara was rooted, caught up in the urgency to reconcile what had once been lost. She felt the fear swelling, pushing against her chest as she aimed the camera at Edward once more. She saw the beauty flickering just beneath the surface, the glimmer of hope fighting against despair. As she snapped the shutter, a wave of energy rippled through the room. The darkness convulsed, shadows contorting violently, as a great silence encompassed them like a breath held too long. Clara caught a glimpse of mournful faces, trapped souls, their eyes wide with an ethereal glow. An energy shifted, rising like smoke looped in water, feeding off chaos and torment, trying to reclaim what they had lost. Above the chaos, a rush of wind gusted from nowhere, howling through the gallery, rattling the framework, threatening to open the boundaries between realms further. Clara shielded herself instinctively, the ghostly wails of the amalgamation of fears raking against her senses, and suddenly, reality felt frayed. In a desperate attempt, Clara pointed her camera toward the door, attempting to capture the whispers of panic swirling through the air. With each photo, she could feel the darkness ebbing closer, wrapping its tendrils around her soul. She knew then that she had to confront it directly, to embody the courage that flickered within the portraits, rather than just observe it from a distance. "Everyone, focus on your breath," Clara shouted, forcing her voice through the cacophony. "Do not give in to fear. We must channel our strength." It was a challenge amidst chaos, her presence carving a fissure of bravery. Sophie grabbed Marco's arm, eyes wild with uncertainty. "But how do we do that?" she yelled, the vibrations carrying her desperate question. "Yes," Clara urged. "Look at me. Look beyond the darkness that clings to you. Whatever it is that you fear, confront it." As the shadows writhed, the gallery trembled in response to her words. Each photo she took forged a connection, a tether to the light that could encase the darkness threatening to drown them. She urged her friends to find their foundation in this chaos, their spirits rising against the tide, one thought at a time. Clara recounted memories of laughter, joy, and hope, echoing through the gallery like mantras. "Our creativity, our art, it springs from the light within us." She pressed the shutter, capturing glimpses of shimmering hope fighting vivaciously against the darkness. Each snap a prayer, a silent declaration to stand firm against despair. For every murmur of darkness, she countered with her art, a snapshot of arms intertwined in friendship, of canvases painted in vibrant colors, of joyous moments etched in time. She could feel the anger and fear retreat momentarily as the resonance of gratitude and understanding crept in, reinforcing bonds that had once felt fragile. But suddenly, the figure of Edward grew more defined against the encroaching shadows, caught between the pull of their lingering pain and the necessity of moving forward. She shifted her focus towards him, realizing her purpose, to reach him, to weave light through the dense web of shadows. "Edward," she cried out again, courage surging through her veins, heart racing. "You don't have to be lost. We can help you find the peace you deserve." The shadows flickered, momentarily hesitant, as if her words resonated within their depths. Yet, the darkness whispered louder beneath, filling the spaces with malevolence. A voice thundered through the air, wrapping itself around Clara like a vice. "Why do you defy me? You lie in the grip of your own creation, bound by the chains of your fears." Clara staggered back, her heart leaping into her throat. The shadows elongated, twisting into impossibly sharp fingers trying to ensnare her, encircling her like tendrils of a beast awakened. She gripped her camera tightly, feeling the cool metal against her palm, her sole weapon against darkness. "No!" she proclaimed, and with resolve, she clicked the shutter once more, capturing the unseen bonds threatening to engulf them. A blinding flash erupted, illuminating the gallery in all the darkness for a fleeting moment. Within that dazzling moment, Clara caught visions of all her friends. Sophie holding her sketchbook as she captured the beauty of dreams, Marco's brush swirling hues of life, celebrating the joy of creation. The shadows recoiled again, and Edward's face softened as if the acknowledgement took root. Randolph, an older artist Clara respected, stepped forward, his voice rich with compassion through the tumult. "Fear is fleeting, but art is eternal. We can define our narratives. We have the power to break these chains." With that proclamation, a newfound strength surged through them, an undeniable current of belief and hope illuminating their spirits. Clara felt the presence of Edward solidify, gaining clarity amidst the chaos. The darkness felt its power diminish slowly as they all exhaled, gathering their energy to confront the very manifestations haunting their souls. And then chaos erupted. The shadows surged forward with new ferocity, targeting Clara, seeking to extinguish the light she had inspired. She felt the burst of dread as elongated blackness encroached, but just then, the camera flashed again. Clara pressed the shutter frantically, capturing snapshots of pure courage and resilience, the unwavering flame of connection igniting between friends stitched together through memory. With every click, their resolve deepened, weaving strands of light through the darkness as they fortified each other. Each guest found their voice, imagination surging forth, pushing back in defiance against the claws seeking to pull them into the abyss. They remembered their worth, their passions illuminating like fires in the night. "I will create," shouted Sophie, her voice a battle cry, as she lifted her sketchbook defiantly, each page filled with life and dreams. "I will not let you take my joy," the shadows shrieked, disoriented by the vocal strength radiating through the gallery. Clara caught the silhouette of Edward, now more defined, floating around the crowd, his expression shifting from anguish to resolve, mirroring their collective strength. "Asterisk, asterisk, together, asterisk, asterisk," Clara commanded, her own fears pushed aside. "Together we rise against the darkness." The energy pulsated as each participant joined hands, grounding their spirits. As Clara pressed the shutter one last time, all the facets of her group sang in harmony, remembering love, laughter, and dreams as colors danced upon the gallery walls in magnificent hues. Light broke through the shadows, banishing the oppressive weight that had choked their creativity for too long. The shadows roared, dissipating in the radiant brightness that surged forth, and Clara felt a rush of wind envelop them. Edward's figure grew fainter, his presence surrounding them, gratitude flooding the space as the once hostile spirits fluttered in a whirl of ethereal light. As the final echo of darkness faded, Clara collapsed to her knees, heart racing from the sheer intensity of the experience. The shadows had been banished, and a profound stillness enveloped the gallery. Clara lifted her camera, breathless, capturing the mesmerizing aftermath. The gallery glowed, tinged with the remnants of the otherworldly encounter, continuing to breathe heavily. Clara took a moment to gather herself, the electric buzz of adrenaline still coursing through her veins. The gallery had transformed into a sanctuary, the chilling echoes of despair fading into the quiet whispers of relief. Shadows, once voracious and looming, were now reduced to mere remnants, curling at the edges like smoke dissipating in the morning light. Clara stood up, her legs shaky yet resolute, ready to analyze the aftermath of the confrontation. With trembling hands, she reviewed the photos she had taken throughout the ordeal. Each image displayed a mosaic of emotions. Some boasted radiant smiles interspersed with flickers of terror, while others captured the shadows in their twisted forms, fading into moments of vulnerability. Each snapshot seemed to pulse with an energy of its own, inviting Clara to examine the components of fear that had plagued her friends, each captured moment a tether connecting them to a much darker reality. As a veil of stillness enveloped the gallery, Clara's eyes scanned the room, searching for her friends. Sophie and Marco were the first she spotted, still huddled together, their expressions a mix of incredulity and relief. They stared wide-eyed at the now ordinary walls of the gallery, where only moments ago a tempest of darkness had swirled threateningly around them. "Sophie, are you okay?" Clara reached for her friend, pulling her close into a comforting embrace. I think so," Sophie whispered, her tone a fragile melody in the silence. "What just happened? It felt so real. So consuming." Marco, still clutching his paintbrush, nodded in agreement, his gaze drifting over the remnants of the atmosphere that had been so charged with fear a moment before. "I feel like we just stepped out of a nightmare." Clara glanced over at Edward's figure, which now felt almost ethereal, a glimmering silhouette dancing at the periphery of her vision. She worried momentarily that the shadows could re-emerge with an insatiable hunger. "We face it together," she reassured them, though her own heart weighed heavy with uncertainty. "But I wonder—" Before she could finish, an unsettling chill swept through the room, as if the fabric of the gallery itself shuddered in response to something unseen. Clara felt a prickling sensation on the back of her neck, and instinctively, she turned to face the gallery's entrance. The air thickened, swirling as a sharp draft pulled through the space, ushering in whispers from realms uncharted. "Do you feel that?" Marco asked, his voice strained, echoing Clara's thoughts as he followed her gaze. "Something's not right," Clara replied, her intuition screaming at her to be cautious. As if on cue, the gallery lights flickered, momentarily plunging them back into shadows before stabilizing again, casting a dim, eerie glow against the walls. The paintings and sculptures that adorned the gallery seemed to shift, their forms distorting ever so slightly. Clara's pulse quickened as she peered into her surroundings, the comforting familiarity of the gallery morphing under the daunting weight of dread. "There are spirits trapped here," Clara said, her voice low as she surveyed the once homey space now turned sinister. "I can feel it. I think we awakened something." Sophie's eyes widened, fear creeping back into her expression. "What do you mean? Like, they were just waiting for us to return? I thought we sent that darkness away." "We only pushed it back," Clara murmured, her gaze drifting to the darkened corners where shadows congealed. "I'm afraid something else is lurking, something we weren't meant to find." In a heartbeat, the temperature plummeted again, and Marco shivered visibly, wrapping his arms around himself. "I don't want to stay here any longer. Maybe we should leave." Just then, a sharp crack echoed through the hallway, the sound reverberating like a gunshot amidst the stillness. Clara jumped, her heart racing as fear wrapped itself around her throat. The walls seemed to vibrate with an angered resonance, causing the paintings to tremble ominously. "Did you hear that?" Sophie gasped, stepping closer to Clara, the brave front faltering in the wake of palpable fear. With dread curling in her stomach, Clara found her voice. "We need to investigate. We can't let fear dictate our actions again." Gathering her determination, Clara grabbed her camera, the device now feeling like an extension of her will. "Let's stick together. We must confront this head-on." As they cautiously traversed the gallery, every creak of the floorboards below felt like a whisper from another dimension, promising both secrets and tragedies. The air became thick again, heavy with the stench of old wood and something more putrid, sorrow, perhaps. Regret that had seeped into the very foundations of the space. The hallway stretched before them like a maw gaping wide in eager anticipation, the darkness pressing against them, urging them to turn back. Clara tightened her grip on the camera, feeling its reassuring weight, a weapon in a realm of shadows. "Do you guys see that?" Marco whispered, pointing towards the end of the hallway where a flickering light hung like a beacon. The illumination pulsed rhythmically, casting playful silhouettes that danced along the walls, a cruel parody of life. With cautious steps, they moved toward the light, heartbeats synchronizing as the distance between them and the flickering source dwindled. Clara focused her camera, ready to capture evidence of whatever lurked within the heart of the darkness. As they neared the light, its source became clearer. A large, antique mirror hung at the end of the hall, filigreed edges gilded with dust, reflecting not just their forms but oddly distorted versions of themselves. Clara stepped closer, adrenaline spiking as her reflection grinned maniacally, eyes wide and bubbling with insidious laughter. "Sophie, look," she said, momentarily losing her voice as she pointed towards a mirror. But as she turned to alert her friend, neither Marco nor Sophie appeared behind her, their faces replaced by hollow-eyed figures staring back from the glass. "Who's there?" Clara shouted, stepping back in disbelief. "Guys, this isn't funny. Come on!" The figures in the mirror twisted into grotesque versions of her friends, their features warped in ways that evoked the deepest fears hidden within Clara's heart. She raised her camera, snapping a photo instinctively, each click of the shutter inundated with a flash of blinding light. The laughter grew louder, echoing through the hallway, drowning out Clara's pleas as she felt the tendrils of fear gripping her heart like icy fingers. As she spun around, searching for the warmth of her friends, darkness enveloped the hallway, trapping her in layers of childhood nightmares woven into fabric and memory. She stumbled backward, determined to escape the distorted nightmare pulsating before her. "Clara," a voice rang out through the silence, but it was nothing that eased the tremor in her spine. It was a voice, too distorted, as if spoken from the depths of a void. She whirled back to the mirror, desperation surging through her as she caught a glimpse of herself again, her own expression stony with fear as it twisted into something sinister. "Stop it! Stop hiding!" Clara screamed at the mirror, voice echoing back tauntingly. The laughter hijacked her mind, drowning her in chaotic confusion as her breathing quickened and panic seized her throat. Then, through the echoes of laughter, she heard it. A soft whimper, a faint plea that shattered the cacophony, a sound not unlike Sophie's voice. "Clara, help! Where are you?" Clara shouted, the darkness around her folding inwards, the pressure of the encroaching shadows suffocating. "Here!" The voice cried again, more desperate, pulling Clara further into the thrall of fear. With true resolve, Clara turned back to the mirror, gazing deeply into the swirling shapes reflected there. "Sophie! Marco!" she called, and from the depths of that liquid darkness, shimmering forms began to rise. Shadows from the mirror seeped forth, elongating into potential monstrosities. "No!" she shrieked, raising her camera, clicking away with fervor as the shadows stretched toward her, eager to claim her as their own. She captured image after image, each flash momentarily freezing the horrors at bay. The myriad colors swirled with the reflections of her friends in the distorted light as she fought back with every ounce of strength. "Clara, come on. We need you." Sophie's voice breached the tumult, but Clara felt the boundaries of the gallery slipping. The mirror cracked, splinters glimmering like ice shards as it trembled violently. A ripple of reflected terror poured from the cracks, forming chaotic limbs and anguished faces. Clara stepped back, grappling with the despair threatening to consume her as she recognized the faces. All the fears she had captured over the years through her lens reflected back at her. Her childhood nightmares, the pain of lost friendships, visceral ghosts from the past entwined in a macabre dance for death. "Don't give up!" Marco's voice bore through, the warmth of camaraderie piercing the predatory gloom. He was somewhere fighting back against these phantoms. Clara raised her camera, snapping a series of shots in quick succession, each flash pushing back the shadows momentarily. With every click, she wove strands of light into the very fabric of despair that sought to overwhelm. "I won't let you take us," Clara shouted, her voice ringing with fierce determination. The shadows moaned, recoiling for just a moment as a vibration of her courage thrummed through. The environment, taking advantage of their disarray, Clara sprinted toward the alcove, reaching for the door on the far side, the exit almost within her grasp. Gritting her teeth, she pulled at the handle, praying desperately for it to yield. But as the oppressive force of dark magenta clawed at her heels, Clara felt a surge of desperation. The door wouldn't budge. As she wrestled with fear laced through despair, she closed her eyes for a moment. Fleeting memories of laughter shared with Sophie and Marco surged through her mind, vivid and illuminating. She honed in on those memories, relishing every joyful moment they had crafted together, the strength of connection that tied them universally. "We create our own path," she yelled, channeling every ounce of courage she had. In one final act of desperation, she spun back toward the mirror just in time to see the darkness coalescing beyond the splintered glass. "Get out of here now," she commanded herself and her friends. She would not let this be the end. And then, as the shadows lunged toward her, the camera flashed once more, regaining their resolve with a white-hot burst of light. For a moment, silence reigned, enveloping the gallery into a cocoon that felt almost sacred. The air snapped. The darkness shuddered violently, before it shattered like glass, splintering into billions of phantom shards that exploded outward, dissolving into the ether as Clara raced through the door, feeling the exhilarating thrill of freedom at her fingertips. Rushing toward the light, her fingers curled around the door handle, her heart racing against the pulse of primal fear. She emerged into the adjoining room, and the boundary between terror and courage blurred for an instant. "Clara," Marco's voice echoed from behind, a lifeline in the chaos. "Where are you?" Clara shouted. "We need to regroup." but a heavy weight pulsed through the air, sucking the warmth from the room as she scanned the unfamiliar space. Retaining her courage, she moved cautiously, the shadows casting devouring silhouettes flickering upon the walls with haunting intent. And then she saw them. Sophie and Marco trapped within the remnants of fear, their eyes wide with disbelief as they paled in terror. Shadows coiled tightly around them, leaving only faint outlines of their forms visible against the consuming gloom. Clara's heart split in agony. The battle against the darkness renewed as her resolve solidified in spite of rising dread. "No!" she screamed, hurling herself toward them, desperate to break the grip of shadow that sought to snuff their light. "You must fight!" With her camera gripped tightly, Clara snapped image after image, each flash exploding into the surrounding space, illuminating the entrapment attempting to curl around her friends. The air crackled with energy. Light filled the space, piercing through wisps of darkness. The shadows writhed in disgust, their intent to consume recoiling momentarily. "Yes, fight it," Clara urged as she captured every moment, every flicker of defiance that radiated from her friends. Their expressions slowly began to shift, soaked in the warmth of courage and community that they often shared. "Clara," Sophie's voice quivered with strength, locks of hair falling across her face, framing her determination. "We're here, we're ready." Together in unison, Marco exclaimed, "We won't let it win." Emboldened by their spirit, Clara's heart swelled with newfound purpose. Together they pressed against the darkness, snapping through the shadows that encircled them, shushing the echoes of despair lingering in the air. A Venetian lantern, once dim, ignited in 1,000 colors above them, a vivid reminder of the beauty they had crafted in moments of creation. Yet in the shadows clung a darker presence, its chilling growls audible as a rumble against the threshold of clarity. It coiled around them, lurking just beyond where the light flickered. Clara, beyond aware, recognized that while they had displaced the chaos, it would not be easily dismissed. "Stay connected," she reminded, her voice a lifeline woven into their joint spirit. The darkness began to claw its way back, wrapping tendrils around Clara's ankles. Trying to pull her into its insatiable, Clara felt the weight of the darkness starting to pull her down, tendrils coiling around her legs, anchoring her to the very ground where nightmares flourished. She could sense the icy chills creeping up her spine as she turned back, her heart racing as the shadows loomed, shifting, writhing in a hungry dance. They seemed alive, feeding off her fear, twisting with glee at the prospect of consuming her and everything she held dear. Struggling against the unseen force, she could feel her friend's presence flickering like a candle threatened by a storm. Sophie's voice pierced the suffocating grip of darkness, a thin line of bravery barely audible in the clamorous void. "Clara, don't let it take you." Together, it was enough to spark a defiant flame inside her, a surge of adrenaline that eclipsed the cold fear trying to consume her. Clara raised her camera once more, her hands shaking but resolute, focusing on the strange shapes coiling around her friends, trying to siphon away their warmth. With each shutter click, flashes of brilliant light erupted from the camera, illuminating the oppressive shadows for a heartbeat before they slithered back, hissing as if struck by a sunbeam. The laughter of the shadows twisted into anguished wails, a cacophony echoing through the air, threatening to drown out her racing thoughts. The longer Clara stood there, the more intense the shadows became, thickening as they fought against the light, gritting undulating teeth as they recoiled from the brightness. But even with the searing light, Clara could see them lurking at the corners, their figures grotesquely stretched and distorted, watching her as she struggled. "Fight it! Hold on!" Marco shouted, his voice steadier now, resonating with the strength of their collective will. He shifted beside Sophie, his silhouette flickering as he grappled with the darkness. Clara snapped more photos, the sound of the camera clicking mingling with the oppressive murmurs of the shadows, repelling them away inch by inch. Each flash became a spear of defiance, pushing back against an unseen enemy that grew more ravenous with every passing moment. Yet, the shadows were relentless. They surged forward once more, wrapping around Marco like a vice, pulling him towards the depths of despair. Clara's eyes widened as terror clawed at her insides, feeling the agony of helplessness wash over her. "Marco!" she screamed, desperation driving the pitiful sound from her throat as she stepped toward him, her heart hammering against her ribs like a wild bird trying to escape a cage. The darkness clung to him, trailing its grotesque tendrils against his skin, as if savoring the taste of his fear. Sophie stood her ground, wincing as she pushed against the dark tendrils threatening to wrench her friend away. But Clara could see the shadows digging in deeper, their grip unyielding, like leeches sucking the warmth of hope. "We need to break it. We have to fight together," Clara shouted, urgency flashing in her eyes. Unbeknownst to the others, Clara felt a pulse throbbing beneath her own skin, a deep connection thrumming through the air, igniting in time with her camera's light. Realization washed over her. They were stronger together, their intertwined memories a barrier against the encroaching darkness. With newfound resolve, she urged them to close the gap, to clasp hands despite the shadowy horror pulling them apart. "Hold on to each other," Clara cried, her voice fierce and full of determination as she felt the warmth spreading from her fingertips down to the ground. Slowly, the distance between them shrunk, her heart racing as they formed a circle, the shadows swirling furiously around their feet. But with every heartbeat surged warmth that illuminated tiny fragments of light around them. As their hands met, an electric jolt coursed through her, igniting sparks of golden vitality that danced across the darkened room. Shadows writhed uncomfortably, their hisses turning to howls of agony as the light gradually pushed them back. Together, they drove the wandering darkness into disarray, rippling the air around them, creating a protective circle. The ground beneath them rumbled as if responding to the conflict between light and dark, cracks appearing in the wood floor groaning under unseen pressure. Clara threw her head back, her eyes narrowing at the mirror. They had to destroy its influence over this nightmare before it shattered their bond. "We have to break it," she urged again, focusing her gaze on the malevolent glass reflecting their frantic silhouettes. The shadows shrieked in outrage, thrashing as the light burned brighter, illuminating their twisted faces. Together, they shouted in unison, channeling the power of friendship forged in daylight and joy. Clara snapped photos fiercely, each flash resonating with their voices, a chorus rebelling against the encroaching void. Each image captured flickering shadows, snippets of their resolve that glimmered on the edges of hopelessness. With every movement, tendrils of radiance began to emerge, entwining around them as if drawn from a lifetime of treasured moments, memories woven with laughter, warmth, and camaraderie. Suddenly, the mirror shimmered as if alive, a portal beckoning with dark allure. Clara caught sight of her flickering reflection, the cruel, twisted grin of a familiar figure lurking just behind. "They want to take us," she whispered chokingly, the truth crashing over her. It was a lure, a trap to ensnare their fears and twist them into something horrifyingly tangible. We must face it. As determination crystallized through her bones, the shadows shrieked in protest, swarming upwards, eager to stifle her voice. Clara held her camera firmly, capturing the anguish etched in Marco and Sophie's expressions, locking the strength of their bond in every click. An overwhelming rush surged through her, fueling a deeper resolve that might just be enough to stand against the grotesque melodies of despair echoing from the mirror. "Look at the light," Clara urged, creating a pocket of radiance that surged with newfound energy as they pulled together tighter, clutching hands as the torrent of darkness snaked around them. With each snap of her camera, Clara felt the converging memories flowing through her, dousing the shadows like water on flames. In an explosion of brilliance, a pulse of energy erupted, a dazzling fountain of color that surged forth and shattered the air, banishing the creeping gloom momentarily away. But the darkness was crafty. It surged with a vengeance. Clara felt tendrils grasping at her ankles, tightening with each flash, echoing the laughter that now bordered on rage. The shadows morphed and twisted, revealing twisted faces of lost loved ones, their expressions warped with sorrow and fury, each panicked whisper heavy with betrayal. Clara's heart sank further into despair, her pulse pounding in her ears as she felt the darkness gnawing at her desperation. "Help us!" a voice cried, echoing with unnatural distortions while more phantoms emerged, riding from the mirror's depths. Each figure showcased the shortcomings of Clara's life. The moment she lost her way, the time she pushed her friends away, loneliness woven into each countenance. They were her fears, becoming manifest, seeking to dissolve her spirit into primordial chaos. "Clara, don't look away!" Marco yelled, his voice laced with purest determination. "Remember who we are. Remember us." She tore her gaze from the cursive reflections. Their swirling forms throbbed with malevolence and despair, aiming to break the circle of hope they fought to maintain. "We have to believe," Clara shouted defiantly, feeling the warmth from each hand surrounding her. With a final click, she captured their united reflection. Sophie, Marco, and herself, shrouded in light, in a moment that turned the waves of shadows back for a heartbeat. Then she felt it. The sinister weight of the shadows surged again, stronger now, pulling at them as they struggled to keep their bond taut against the claws of darkness, sinking deeper into their resolve. The tendrils slithered around Clara like icy serpents, squeezing painful reminders of betrayal and fear through her veins. They were closing in. "Don't let go!" Sophie gasped as she felt the organic chill of despair clinging to her limbs. She squeezed Clara's hand tighter, their connection sparking life into the shadows, grasping for victory. The jagged cries of the phantoms echoed around them, dancing with tormented melodies as the oppressive weight fell, filling the air with dread. Clara took a deep breath in an attempt to steady her racing heart, clinging fiercely to the memories of light and laughter they had shared through their journey. "We can do this," she declared, drawing strength from their unity. "Together, remember the stories, the fights. Remember why we came here." The mirror pulsed ominously, shadows lashing around them, whipping through the air, feeding off fear, yearning for liberation. They had to shatter its control before they fell prey to the fear lurking within. "Listen, look," Marco urged, focusing his courage. "We have to connect our story to defeat theirs. Our light is stronger than their darkness. Follow me," Clara rallied, raising her camera and snapping another burst of photos. The brilliant flashes of light radiated across the room, the intensity of their connection igniting a shield against the enveloping despair. The ground beneath them seemed to tremble in response, angered by the determination resonating through their bonded spirits. "Hold the memories," Sophie shouted, as she urged them to uncover the joy laid within their laughter and challenges. Fierce friendships, beauty, we are not alone. With each of Clara's clicks, tendrils of light unfurled, wrapping around the figures tethered to their own unresolved fear. Anna danced in joy. Marco's laughter echoed down sunlit streets, and flames flickered as they gathered around campfires, sharing stories that no shadow could eclipse. They drew strength from reality, personifying resilience and pooling together, dispersing the shadows inch by inch. The shadows writhed angrily, their faces contorting into snarls of malice as the boundless light unfolded, rippling through the darkness like an unrelenting tide. But they still lunged forward, fierce and unyielding, seeking to extinguish the flames that flickered in the hearts of the trio, standing resolute against the chaos. Clara kept snapping pictures, the rapid clicks resonating with their mounting courage, blinding the shadows with every visible fragment of light captured. "Push it back," Marco bellowed, forcing his will into each movement, their united bond crafting a shield against the darkness, a circle of light that bled into the shadows, creating fractures in the malevolent grip. But shadows were deceitful. They morphed and twisted as darkness often does, clinging like a lover turned foe. Clara felt chilling claws tightening around her throat, laughter echoing through countless corridors of despair that sang with a melancholy twist. Fear danced in front of her eyes, daring her to succumb. With unfathomable fury, Clara slammed her gaze back toward the mirror, shards of glass glimmering with ominous intent, and felt the words and light of her friends wrap around her. Together, she screamed again, feeling that vibrant connection surge like a tidal wave of color surging through her veins. Together, they roared, and the ground rumbled again, the air thick with tension as the shadows recoiled. The collective memories ignited a storm against the empty, faceless figures haunting them. Their horror and oppressive shroud birthed from isolation and despair. Behind her, darkness writhed, seeking to claim her, to pull her into the shadowy abyss. The laughter echoed deeper, pressing against her defenses. But Clara let the memories swell, her heart roaring with unwavering belief. "We are stronger than you," she shouted defiantly. "We choose to stand together." With that affirmation, her hand tightened around Marco and Sophie's, and she could feel their strength gathering, the warmth of friendship igniting a golden brilliance in the heart of that chilling void. Clara thrust her camera forward, aimed at the mirror, and with every ounce of power she could muster, the shadows quivered, and with a deafening roar, she pressed the shutter one last time, capturing everything, their fears, their strength, and the darkness trembling in defeat. In an explosion of light, the shadows screamed, twisting and writhing against the onslaught. The mirror cracked once again, and Clara felt the reverberations of their triumph ripple through the air, the ghosts of memories piercing through the oppressive gloom. It was a cataclysmic release. One by one, the shadows dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind echoes of laughter and shared moments cascading in color. Clara stood there, panting, each breath a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration, the weight of shadows finally falling away. She turned slowly, locking eyes with her friends. Sophie wiped tears from her cheeks, a laughter laced with relief dancing in her eyes, and Marco's face bore a look of fierce determination and vulnerability all at once. But as light seeped through the cracks of the shattered mirror, Clara felt a tingle of unease at the edges of her consciousness. The ghostly whispers still lingered like a cold breath on the back of her neck. The darkness might have retreated, but the memory of its grip left a haunting aftertaste. They had faced it together, yes, but the ultimate battle was far from over. "Where do we go from here?" Marco asked, breaking the silence hanging heavy in the air. They were shaken but still resolute. The light of hope had illuminated the way, but the path forward was shrouded in lingering shadows. Sophie stepped forward, socking down her trepidation. "We have to find a way to destroy it completely," she said, her voice steady. "This thing doesn't just go away. It hangs on until it feeds again. We need to confront whatever it is, whatever is hiding in the dark." As determination pulsed through Clara, the trio turned their attention back to the now fractured mirror, shards glistening with unnatural light. Each fragment seemed to hum with energy, a resonance of the darkness they had just battled. Yet an invitation echoed within, alluring and sinister. The air grew thick, a palpable tension curling at the edges of their consciousness, beckoning them to approach. They moved closer, though every instinct screamed to flee. "What if it's not over?" Marco's voice trembled slightly as his wide eyes stared into the void, the darkness beneath the mirror threatening to swallow them whole. The glass glimmered, reflecting the remnants of their earlier struggle, twisting and curling like smoke. Within its depths danced the shadows they had vanquished, but now they flickered with more urgency, feeding upon their apprehension. "We have to confront it, whatever it is," Clara said, her breath steadying as resolve gelled into something tangible. Light streamed from her camera, illuminating the cracks scarred with dark energy, whispering secrets of fears yet to be unveiled. "If we don't, it will keep coming back, hunting us, twisted and hungry." Stepping forward, Clara extended her hand to the jagged surface, the cold glass sending ice-blue shivers skittering down her spine. "Together," she whispered, glancing back at her friends, each nodding, hearts synchronized in their shared determination. "On three?" As they counted down, a low growl rumbled from the depths of the mirror, vibrating the floor beneath their feet. Its sound was low and haunting, twisting around them like a shroud. The shadows within coalesced into shapes. Disfigured limbs, sorrowful faces, faceless horrors, all morphed through a tapestry of anguish, stretching and pulling at the edges of reality, trying to reach out from their prison. The mirage of broken dreams flared with desperation, the air thickening with palpable dread. 3, Clara shouted, her palm pressed flat against the glass. The moment her skin met its surface, an electric shock coursed through her body, disbelief recoiling at the intensity of the surge, merging her essence with the void beyond. Marco and Sophie mirrored her movements, their hands connecting with the ethereal surface. Instantly, a blinding light erupted, fracturing the darkness swirling around them. The world spun. Reality was distorted beyond recognition as they were pulled through time and space. A whirlwind of memory, fear, and the echoes of shared pain intertwining in a nonsensical dance. Clara's heart raced, memories flashing past her like fractured images. Childhood laughter, moments of doubt, and the obscure trail of loss. Each pulse sent her spiraling deeper into despair, yet the warm grip of her friend solidified her focus. "We're with you." Marco's voice cut through the chaos, a beacon amidst the encroaching fog. He felt the suffocating darkness pulse like an angry heart, greedily clawing at their resolve. "Don't let go." A splinter of clarity broke through the haze. Clara took a deep breath, summoned the essence of joy intertwined with their friendship. Remember the stories. Remember the light. The very moment she uttered the words, brilliant colors surged forth, swirling and coiling like fireflies breaking through a dimly lit forest, weaving fragments of their memories into a tapestry of unwavering light. The shadows writhed, anguished cries echoing within that void, the dark tendrils retreating slightly, as though the light was offensive to their very existence. "We can drive it back," Sophie yelled, her voice infused with fervor. "Don't stop." They pressed forward, their united front solidifying like an indomitable fortress against the sinister howls clawing at their sanity. Clara felt the warmth of hope filling her lungs, rushing through her senses as they pulled together tighter, pouring every ounce of love and resilience they could muster into the luminous energy they created. The air shimmered with heat and defiance, acknowledging their shared struggle. But in those moments, rude horror surged forth, twisting every face within the darkness into grotesque, snarled expressions of torment. They were manifestations of every unforgiven wound, each sorrow morphing into an unrepentant specter yearning for escape. The ground beneath them shifted like sand, fracturing with cracks that revealed jagged teeth lurking beneath, waiting for the right moment to strike. "No, we won't be swallowed," Clara shouted, the tremor of fear weaving through her determination. "Our light is brighter than your darkness." She pressed the shutter on her camera again, capturing the eruption of color that flicked away the shadows as if chasing them with the vivid essence of their connection. The camera acted as a conduit, channeling their strength into a radiant blast that split the air and illuminated the suffocating darkness once again. The mirror echoed with strange resonance, as if the reflections were mocking their fight, distorting their voices into chilling laughter that ricocheted off the walls. Despair crashed over them in waves as the dark figures thrust themselves forward, reaching through the glass, fingers clawing at Clara's essence, whispers of failure curling around her like shadows desperate to snuff out her brilliance. Throbbing laughter filled the void once more as horror pressed in from all around, making the air thick with despair. "Do you think you can escape?" hissed a voice, slithering into her mind like smoke. "You think you can rewrite your story? You are just fragments of what you've lost." "Shut up," Marco yelled, straining against the mounting pressure. "You don't define us. We choose our story." With newfound conviction, Clara snapped another picture, the brilliant pulse crashing against the shadows, momentarily disorienting the ghostly figures that SW drifted ever closer, seeking to pull them back into the depths. The sound of shattering glass echoed into the recesses of the void as the light broke upon the remnants of despair. The air vibrated with that electric energy, illuminating the darkness again and again, as the shadows rushed toward them in twisted shapes, reaching desperately to reclaim what they had lost in their fateful dance. The mirror contorted, shimmering dangerously as if it were alive, drawing upon the fear that burgeoned within Clara and her friends, the horror and doubt whispering insidiously, insistently, spooling the worst of their memories into a grotesque montage. But Clara's heart thrummed an unyielding rhythm of hope, stronger than any whispered despair drumming in her ears. "Stay focused. Find the memories," she shouted, urging them to remember the warmth, the triumph, and the love intertwined in their journey together. Laughter, joy, and adventure. The echoes of strength she felt flaring alongside her friends warped through her, keeping the darkness at bay. And then came a vision. The mirror ruptured into endless corridors of possibility, each turn revealing a haunting memory. Clara staggered as shards of glass arced into the void and morphed, flickering with images of abandonment and betrayal. The faces blurred and twisted, taunting with hurtful glances. Clara struggled to steady herself as the weight of each past moment crashed upon her, burdening her soul, dragging her downward as it wove despair through her fingers. "Look out!" Marco cried as he wrestled with a shade that coiled like liquid shadows, thick and amorphous, wrapping his limbs in icy tendrils. The darkness hissed, twisting the remnants into memories of their failures. Each moment a grotesque embodiment of vulnerability threatening to pull him away. "Marco!" Clara shouted, the tightness in her throat constricting as she felt her courage waver, fear splintering into uncertainty as they fought against the shadows of their own making. In one swift motion, Clara reached for him, her fingers brushing against the shadows that snaked around him, freezing him in place. "Hold on," she called, her voice rising and trepidation fading, the camera clicking as she captured the moment of their desperate struggle. With each flash, light surged forth, illuminating the oppressive darkness pulling at him, consuming him with whispered lies of inadequacy. Chilling laughter echoed madly around them as the dark figures shrieked in pain, recoiling against the bright energy washing over them. But the shadows were relentless, attacking with renewed ferocity. Their shrill voices howled, drowning out Clara's confidence. "You'll never escape. You will always belong to us. Fight it, Marco. Remember us," Sophie yelled, her voice unwavering as she surged forward, grasping Clara's shoulder, imbued with courage that pushed through the dark barrier. Together, they anchored a wave of radiance aimed directly at the tendrils tightening around Marco. Light enveloped him, a heat rising through each flicker, igniting the bonds of their memories to sever the bonds of sorrow. Shadows glowered and hissed, trying to reestablish their hold. But Marco struggled within that brilliant embrace, forcing the dark to withdraw into the recesses of the mirror as determination propelled him forward. "I won't let this win," Marco gasped, each word pulling him closer to his friends, igniting once more the long-buried embers of warmth inside him. With one final push, the shadows exploded around him, released by the searing brilliance of their unity, choked with laughter echoing dimly in endless corridors. But outside the embrace of brilliant light, a terrible presence loomed deeper within the darkest parts of the realm, feeding on the remnants of dread lingering as shadows congealed into a monstrous form. At its center, a vortex roared, an all-consuming maw yearning for consumption, a creature refashioned from their deepest fears, its eyes swirling with malevolence as it shifted into something more tangible, forming sinewy limbs edged in darkness. "Clara, Sophie!" Marco yelled, horror flickering across his features as the entity expanded, coiling itself with dread and despair, growing stronger. "We have to move." The mirage surrounding them began to collapse under the weight of that creature, a figure looming larger than shadows should. It engulfed their surroundings, swirling darkness, spilling into unmistakable faces, each one twisted into an expression of agony and wrath. Clara felt her breath catch as she worked to keep the light focused. With a powerful thud, the entity surged forth, fissures cracking beneath their feet as evil laughter thundered all around. Clara stole a glance at the mirror, its surface shattered beyond comprehension. Yet the pulsing power of that creature reverberated with nostalgia, grasping at something primal, something they had fought against together. "Snap it," Sophie urged, eyes wide as she fought to step back from the ghostly figure encompassing them. Clara wielded her camera, the lens straining against the embrace of encroaching dark. "We need the light. Is this all you have left?" The entity sneered, its voice twisted into echoes of loss, pulling at their souls with a seductive whisper, promising peace in exchange for surrender. "Your stories mean nothing. Your memories are broken. You are forever trapped." Clara felt her heart snap. Shadows thickened, the weight of despair flooding around them as fragments of their lives played in terrifying sequences. They were moments forgotten, pushed into corners of conscience. Proclamations of loneliness bound them with chains forged from guilt and doubt. Clara gasped as dark fingers clawed through memories, distorting her image, a mirror of regret sewn into reality's fabric. But then hope glimmered between trembling fingers. "We are stronger," she shouted, the voice rising in defiance despite the dread clawing at her heart. "We won't give in." And with that, she pressed the shutter again, flooding the space within. Explosion of light that rippled through the air like thunder, ripping apart the cool touch of despair. Shadows screamed, writhing in pain, the entity recoiling as iridescent light surged through the cracks in the air, a veritable flood pushing back at the boundless dark. "That's it. Together," Marco yelled as he strengthened his grip around Clara's arm. Sophie echoing his tenacity, they pressed forward as the overwhelming fear pushed the cosmic monster back, the roiling shadows quaking under the light. With each click, Clara burned their memories into the air, capturing their friendships, shattered against the grotesque frame of the encroaching entity. Each burst of light eroded its form, but still, the shadows clawed back, reforming as it shrieked with hatred and malice, preventing them from escaping into the pure, radiant light. "Remember all those moments, the adventures, the dreams," Sophie shouted, injecting the fear with reality. "We shape our destiny, not you." Clara pushed forward, determination ablaze. The overwhelming presence began to fracture under the onslaught of their memories as they called forth the light that shimmered within them. The warmth surged, intertwining with laughter, warmth, and joy. The stories encapsulated in every picture she took, holding meaning and strength against this monstrous incarnation of despair and sorrow. "Let it go," Clara screamed, a resolve forged from moments of genuine connection surging through her veins. "Light wins. We write our story. Together," with renewed vigor weaving through their veins, the entity wailed, dark forms scattering as the brilliance washed over beneath the weight of their defiance. In that moment, Clara snapped the shutter one last time. The radiant energy cascaded around them, bursting forth with a cacophony of light, breaking through the oppressive darkness and shattering its hold. But the darkness was powerful. It clawed back, snapping at the edges of their unity. The shadows reconstituted once more, hissing and swirling with vengeance. Though their energy surged like wildfire, the threat lurked still, ready to pounce. "Focus! Keep the memory alive," Marco shouted, his pulse matching Clara's urgency. As the darkness roared back, the echoes of their lives shimmered more intensely around them. "We won't let you win." They surged forward, immersed in the cacophony of their laughter and resilience. Painting the shadows and hues of triumph, Clara could feel the brush of despair and darkness swirling around them, a tangible force that pressed against her like a heavy fog, constricting her chest and stealing her breath. The luminous energy they had conjured flickered, threatening to dim under the weight of the malevolence gathering, more dense, more alive than before. It became harder to breathe as the air thickened with fear, memories tumbling into an abyss of horror with images of loss that clawed at the edges of their consciousness, drawing them into a suffocating void. "Don't look away," Sophie shouted, her voice slicing through the haze, rallying them with fierce determination. "Remember the light. Remember why we're here." Clara nodded, tapping into that wellspring of shared experiences. They had come far too close to this darkness for it to claim them now. Images flooded her mind. Sun-soaked afternoons spent laughing by the lake, late night whispered secrets under the stars, the warmth of friendship blooming amongst the chilly shadows of doubt. Memories of hope and joy reverberated around them like an anthem against the encroaching dark. Yet with every flicker of their memories, the shadows transformed, pulling from the fear and pain they sought to banish. Clara's heart raced as figures appeared, ghostly echoes of their past, each distorted and grotesque. They wore the faces of friends long lost, their smiles twisted into sinister grins that mocked their efforts. Clara could hear their taunts, blending into the cacophony of distant screams. "You think you can escape? You're just as weak as the rest." With an adrenaline-fueled resolve, Clara squeezed the camera tighter. "Stay together," she yelled, a rallying cry that cut through the howling shadows. "We can't let them divide us." But the darkness impinged on them like a malevolent wave, bearing down with icy fingers that brushed against her skin, chilling her blood. Clara shivered as memories emerged vividly, each moment from her past tumbling like stones into the shadows. She saw her childhood home, framed in golden sunlight, but that warmth quickly twisted into a chilling wind that whispered accusations of inadequacy. "You're not enough," it hissed, echoing in the recesses of her mind. "You've always been a failure. Look away," Marco shouted, lunging forward as if to shield Clara from the wicked memories. But as he moved, shadows lunged at him, gliding with terrifying speed. A flood of figures emerged, faceless but suffocating, pressing against him and drawing him into their gloom. Clara gasped as Marco stumbled, mirroring her own fear. The creature formed behind them, its shape pulsing, the darkness riding as if it were a living entity. The shadows coalesced around Marco, pulling him backward, dragging him toward the source of the anguish, malevolence slithering over his form. Desperate, Clara fought to hold onto her memories while battling the impending doom threatening to reclaim her friend. "Marco, fight it! Remember us!" But the laughter, the cruel, derisive laughter, filled the space, a cacophony of anguish, reminding them of every failure, every regret, every moment that had ever made them doubt themselves. Dark eyes glinted from the shadows, and Clara felt dread clawing through her guts. Each face morphed into something eerily familiar, woven from stories they had fought to escape, twisting sanity into horror. Clara felt it, a seeping dread, like icy talons raking atop her skin as darkness enveloped their memories, warping them into nightmares. "Fight!" Sophie echoed, her voice trembling but steadfast, invoking the bond they had forged together. "This isn't who we are." And Clara focused her lens, the camera raised defiantly. She could already feel it, the light beginning to shimmer at the edges of the shadows, struggling to gain a foothold amidst the encroaching darkness. If they could just capture the essence of their joy, their determination, the urgency of their shared experiences, maybe, just maybe, they might wield it as a weapon against the encroaching void. Flashes ignited in quick succession, illuminating the malevolence with bursts of warmth, ripping through the howling shadows that roared angrily at being momentarily disrupted. "No!" the entity shrieked, its voice shredding through the air like nails on a chalkboard, a sound that crawled beneath their skin and scraped past every nerve ending. "You don't get to rewrite this. You belong to me." With each click, Clara saw the way shadows flinched and fractured. The galling laughter momentarily transformed to guttural screams of anguish drowned by the brilliance she poured forth. The electric charge igniting through her was intoxicating, a surge of hope pushing back against the tide of despair. Picturing their glimmering moments, she felt the amalgamation of sorrow and laughter, of light and darkness pulsating as their memories weaved tightly with each snap. But the darkness roared on, hurling terrible visions at them. Clara stumbled, reeling backward as a tempest swirled around her, visions spiraling into her mind. Dark alleys where screams melted into the night and the stench of hopelessness encumbered every breath. Faces familiar, but twisted in agony. She caught flashes of her past, deep, serpentine fears slipping like ice through her fingers until they tightened around her heart, drawing her deeper into despair's cold embrace, suffocating the light. Sophie stepped forward, her hands raised as if she could cast away the darkness with sheer will. Clara, Marco, together, she turned her face to meet Clara's eyes. "We can do this. We have so much light to share. So many memories." Clara nodded, heart trembling as their resolve gathered. They formed a protective barrier, standing shoulder to shoulder, the warmth of their camaraderie pulsing through them, igniting a flame against the shadows. Each flicker of memories rebooted realms of gentle light against the enveloping terror, grounding each of them as they harnessed their shared strength. Dark figures surrounded them, swirling and undulating, angry hisses merging to form a chilling echo of their deepest fears. Clara could feel the familiar throbs of dread as shadows reached out, their claws scratching against her skin, leaving trails of cold fire in their wake. "You will never escape," rasped the entity, a roiling mass of despair writhing in anger, tendrils reaching blissfully toward the trio, hunger seeping through the rifts. "No!" Marco roared, his fist clenched as if he could encompass the darkness with strength alone. "We are more than you ever dreamed. We remember love and joy and friendship." His voice rose as the shadows drew closer, stretching like claws ready to seize him once more. Flashes surged, the camera snapping mechanically. Pulsing streams of light ruptured through the atmosphere, battling back against the encroaching shadows. Clara pushed deeper, heart racing as she recalled the exhilarating warmth of a summer day spent laughing in the sun, the delicate joy of new experiences shared. Each captured moment ignited around them, a beacon fueled by their shared energy, defying the slithering dread threatening to solidify and bind them. The creature's form wavered, and Clara could sense it retreating, though the shadows clawed insistently at her friends. "Capture it," Sophie cried, eyes fierce, holding tightly to Clara's arm, as if their connection alone could strengthen the light they wielded. Bracing herself, Clara snapped another picture. The strobe of brilliance pulsed outward, shattering the encroaching darkness as shadows screeched in daggers of despair, floating backward in a bone-chilling howl. Momentarily, the creature screeched, hurtling backward as light burst forth like a raging storm. Each click hurled memories and laughter against the pressing void, an avalanche of color cracking through the dark barrier. "Keep going," Marco commanded, their feet steadying as they strained against the pull of the shadows. The darkness whimpered, lurking in the corners, distorting their memories and trying to snuff the flames ignited within them. A figment of terror emerged, a lady whose face wafted from the shadows, a reflection of Clara herself, yet grotesquely transformed, eyes swirling with malevolence and lips curled in a cruel snarl. "You cannot escape," it jeered, twisted features flickering with sinister intent. "You will always be drawn to this dark mirror of your soul. You are just a reflection of loss, empty, hollow." The whisper wormed into Clara's mind, seeking to unravel her resolve as she saw her own scars laid bare. She felt the years of loneliness crawl beneath her skin and wrap around her heart like chains, taut and suffocating. She trembled, fighting hard to shove the vision away, heart pounding. "I'm not weak," Clara shouted, defiance blossoming within her. "I have friends. I have love. Remember why you fight," Sophie yelled, the fire in her voice igniting Clara's clarity. "We are not what we lose. We are built on resolves, connections." Together, the Dark Lady shrieked, an abominable sound that sent a jolt of fear through Clara's spine, but it only fueled her fury. Clara pictured the warmth of togetherness, the laughter shared, and their deep-rooted strength. She focused on memories teeming with triumph, feelings of acceptance spiraling around them. She recalled them all, each forming a power that defied the encroaching despair. As she held firm to the camera, another snapshot exploded into existence. a pulse of light radiating outward like sunburst through dark clouds. "You can't take this from us," Clara screamed, resisting the entity that twisted their fear into wickedness, capturing every speck of joy that lit the corners of her mind. From within the light, shadows rippled, tendrils recoiling as the brilliant illumination surged against the encroachment of darkness. Clara and her friend stood resolute, snapping moment after moment, their memories fortifying them against the abyss that threatened to swallow them whole. But the entity was relentless, and chilling laughter shrieked above the cacophony of joyful memories. The dark shadow melded into the corners of their minds, whispering cruel lies like an insidious serpent. "You'll always be a part of me," it hissed, raising a hand as darkness swirled around a grotesque form, stretching cruel claws toward their hearts. "Never," Clara shouted, heart racing as she fought to keep focus against the onslaught of despair, trying to push through layers of suffocating dread. She felt the pulse of shared strength surge surrounding them. Together, they could move as one unit, juxtaposed against the ceaseless tide of shadows. "Stand proud for every memory," Clara urged herself, shoving the darkness away, capturing life through each flick and flash, determined to summon the light that ignited their shared laughter and triumph over countless fears. With every picture, she watched the shadows screech, bursting into fragments as light claimed dominion and shattered dread into a million splinters of fading silence. "Fight it! Keep taking the pictures!" Marco yelled, fighting against the claws beckoning him backward, the icy fingers of despair grazing his mind in a sinister caress. Clara pressed the shutter again. The camera illuminated the depths of the abyss, sending forth a wave of warmth that lit up the dark figures twisting around them momentarily. "Together," Clara cried, focusing on the connection that bound them. The shadows recoiled, twisting violently as the brilliant illumination pressed forth, erupting into brilliant beams that burst through the chamber and broke through the gloomy air like a nemesis ridding themselves of paralyzing chains. Clara felt the energy wrapping around them, coalescing into a protective force that held the darkness back. An echoing voice howled through the gloom, the specter's chill reverberating through her bones. "You think this is over? You think you can banish me? We are not afraid," Marco yelled, voice powerful against the darkness. "We won't stop fighting." As the cries rose in unison, Clara stumbled back against a wall slick with the remnants of shadows, yet fear transformed into unyielding light that built around them, igniting their spirits and intertwining. Shadows clawed victoriously at the edges of their resolve, desperate to drown them in its swirling tempest again. "Hold fast," Sophie called, grounding Clara's focus, heart slamming against her ribcage as the darkness conspired to form around them. Memories bled into one another, brilliant lanterns battling back the storm. But just beyond, the looming entity weaved like smoke, trying desperately to saturate their thoughts with regret. The battle surged, shifting with every flickering pulse of light illuminated by Clara's camera. Laughter twisted against the oppressive weight of atmosphere, their love for one another seaming the cracks. Clara felt the warmth inside her heart, igniting a fierce blaze that rippled outward against the shadows that threatened to reclaim their thoughts. "Remember what we fought for," Clara shouted, focusing beyond the reach of the mire around them, determined. Each click of the camera shattered the lingering specters, flashes slicing through malevolence, and a kaleidoscope of shared warmth illustrated light across landscapes of darkness that roiled behind them. As the darkness swarmed again, the air thickened with malevolence, a leaden weight suffocating their spirits. A chill crawled down her spine as shadows coalesced from every direction, twisting grotesque memories into a haunting tapestry. Clara felt herself recoiling against the onslaught, but she instinctively clung to her camera, snapping and blasting warmth into the void. "Light wins," she yelled, fortified in knowing that shadows weren't insurmountable. But the entity loomed larger, its voice rumbling through the air, deep and tumultuous, dark eyes glinting with a hunger that transcended everything they stood for. Clara struggled to contain her fear as the void seemed to scream back at them. In the heart of the storm, Clara could feel the energy shifting. The air crackled like static, thick with the weight of memories that clawed at the edges of her mind. Shadows danced hungrily, their movements fluid and serpentine, as if they were alive, reaching out toward the trio with an insatiable thirst for despair. Somewhere within that mass, the dark entity writhed, a vengeful storm brewing, whispering threats that sent shivers racing down Clara's spine. Each breath they took felt like a leap into an abyss, a reminder of the terror lurking just beyond the reach of their courage. "Stay close," Marco warned, his voice strained yet determined as he kept his eyes glued on the writhing forms closing in on them. Each flicker of the darkness felt like icy fingers brushing against his skin, cold and sinister. The faces in the shadows began to take shape. Once familiar visages twisted in anguish, their mouths opening in silent screams, contorted expressions twisted into grotesque mockery of the joy they once shared. Clara's heart raced with recognition as the faces blurred into shapes from her past, each one a jagged reminder of loss and regret. "Don't look at them," Sophie cried, catching Clara's gaze, pulling her back with a firm grip. "Focus on what's real, what we've built together." Yet, despite her words, the shadows were impossible to ignore. They slipped through the corners of Clara's mind like smoke, each familiar face laden with sorrow that seemed to seep into her very being. An unsettling feeling coiled tightly in her chest. Would this darkness consume them? Would they fade into these specters of their own creation? With her heart pounding, Clara raised her camera again, snapping a picture that illuminated the air around them with a brilliant flash. The light pushed back against the encroaching shadows, momentarily dazzling the figures swirling around like wraiths. For a heartbeat, she felt a sense of hope as the grotesque faces retreated, their silence echoing against the walls of dread that had been built over the years. But the victory was fleeting. The shadows slithered back with a vengeance, more furious than before, as if they had been taunted by the light. "You think your memories can save you?" The entity's voice reverberated through the air, deep and ominous, a primordial growl that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath their feet. "You are bound to your fears, just as surely as you are bound to this place. You cannot escape your own darkness." It surged closer, the air growing dense and suffocating, wrapping around them like a death shroud, clinging to their skin, threatening to pull them under. "Push back," Marco shouted, fingers trembling as he steadied himself against the oppressive wave, the shadows looming nearer, their whispers merging into one vast cacophony. "We are stronger than this. Don't forget the power of our bond." He held his ground, the power of their friendship radiating like a shield, each heartbeat echoing against the anguished cries that surrounded them. Clara felt the warmth of Marco's words, igniting a flicker of defiance against the encroaching dread. She summoned the memories of laughter shared under starlit skies, the warmth of friendship that had once shielded them from life's chilling grasp. Each image flooded her mind, compelling her to fight back, to believe that they could overcome this darkness together. One more click, Clara thought, as she pressed the shutter once again. A brilliant flash erupted. The light exploded outward, dispersing shadows momentarily. Every picture was a lifeline, a rekindling of the light that existed within their hearts, battling against the encroachment of despair. With every click, the shadows screeched, dissipating like smoke before a flame, twisting and reforming into contorted shapes that howled out twisted echoes of her past, a cacophony of torment wreathed in darkness. "Clara, keep going. You have to believe." Sophie's voice was a steady anchor in the chaos as she gripped Clara's arm tighter, lending her strength. The shadows receded slightly, inching away from the brilliant light that seemed to seep from uncertainty and fear. Clara let out a breath she didn't know she was holding, focusing on the shared memories. But the darkness was cunning. It shifted, reforming with renewed clarity. Among the silhouettes, Clara recognized other aspects of herself, versions that dwelled within her subconscious, places marked by pain, rejection, even moments of happiness twisted until they became regret. Each reflection was infused with anguish, a voice echoing the darkest places of her heart. "You will always remain here," the faceless figures whispered, their voices merging into a haunting chorus. "You can't escape who you truly are. Don't listen to them." Marco's frantic voice pierced through the noise, grounding her as he pulled her closer, their connection sparking defiance against the encroachment of desolation. "We are more than the moments that haunt us. Remember the joy we've shared." Clara clenched her eyes shut for a moment, focusing on the laughter that rang like a beacon in her heart, igniting her spirit. She allowed the warmth of those memories to wash over her, flooding her senses with the brilliance of times that had brought them together. The camping trips under star-studded skies, late-night conversations that stretched until dawn, and the unbreakable bonds forged through trials and tears. Each flicker of light she captured reminded her that shadows could not extinguish the warmth of love and friendship. Another snap. Another moment frozen in time. This time, capturing the essence of their journey, the flames of camaraderie burning bright as their spirits intertwined. One photograph after another, Clara caught glimpses of their light flooding the dark, pushing back the encroachment. But just as the waves of light seemed to overwhelm the despairing shadows, Clara felt a tremor run through the ground, a rolling wave that sent shards of darkness crashing overhead. "Keep going, Clara," Sophie urged, but the shadows began to coalesce again, merging into larger, more menacing forms. The ground split, fissures opening beneath them, and screams echoed from the depths. Clara felt her resolve shudder as a visage of loss materialized before her, a figure that bore the scars of her own choices, featureless but bursting with the weight of emotions unexpressed. "Will you always run?" the dark figure taunted, tilting its head as if it were examining the cracks within Clara's soul. "Or will you finally accept the truth? The darkness inside you will always be a part of you. Embrace it, and you will find peace." "No!" Clara shouted, the urge to succumb rising within her, but she pushed back with all her might. "I won't let you win." The figure's words burrowed beneath her defenses, threatening to pull her into an endless cycle of despair. She could feel the heaviness of regret building inside her, clamoring for release, but she fought against it, recalling the warmth of her friends, their unwavering support acting as a tether to hope. With shaking hands, Clara turned her camera once more, snapping yet another picture, and the light exploded with brilliance, forcing the darkness back with a furious roar. The grotesque figure wavered as if caught in the crossfire, howling in agony as the brightness seared through its intents. "Together, now!" Marco's voice was a rallying cry, urging them forward. They huddled closer, resolute, as Clara continued capturing every beautiful memory that surged through her heart, infusing each click with the resolute love binding them together. They were a unit, forged through the fires of adversity, and they wouldn't allow despair to fracture that bond. But just then, the very ground beneath them buckled, the shadows pooling like a tidal wave of despair, swelling higher and higher until Clara found herself teetering on the precipice of a dark abyss. The walls of the chamber began to close in, trembling under the weight of despair, shadows creeping closer, whispering promises of surrender. "Join us. Embrace the darkness. It's a part of you," they chanted, a surging current of negativity wrapping around her legs, drawing her toward the hollow chasm below. "No!" Clara shouted, heart racing as her fear threatened to choke her voice. She felt the shadows wrapping around her like a serpent, snug and suffocating. With a fierce surge of determination, she pressed on, raising the camera, snapping yet another picture that illuminated the inky abyss surrounding them, a brilliant flash breaking through the ever-increasing darkness. The camera's shutter echoed like thunder as each image captured moments of laughter woven tightly together, illuminating the swirling shadows momentarily. The light repelled the darkness, carving a path toward hope, sending chills through the shadowy specters that shrieked in unison. "Stay with us, Clara. Focus on the light," Sophie urged, juggling the shadows swirling around them, the weight of her friend's pain manifesting in a loathsome tide. They were becoming enveloped in visions of loss, and Clara could feel the memories fading, slipping into obscurity once more. Clara took a deep breath, channeling her longing for freedom, her longing for connection. She felt energy surge through her veins, ignited by Marco and Sophie's unwavering presence around her, embracing their love for one another. She snapped another picture, and blinding light exploded forth, like a sun bursting through a tumultuous storm. But the shadows pulsed back, as if summoned by a malevolent force, spiraling up like a vortex threatening to swallow them whole. Dark tendrils reached out, latching onto Marco's leg and Sophie's arm, pulling them toward the void. "No!" Clara screamed, stretching her arm forward, desperate to hold on to them, to grasp their connection firmly against the encroaching dread. "Clara, help me!" Marco yelled, his voice strained as the darkness clawed relentlessly at his resolve, shadows pooling around him, seeking to drown him in despair. Sophie was fighting against the pull, but the shadows wrapped around her limbs like chains. Clara felt as though the dark was suffocating their bond, ready to break the delicate seam that held them together, the walls of despair closing in. "Hold on, I'm coming," Clara shouted, risking her own safety as she plunged into the animated dark, determined to reach her friends, her heart racing with a fierce panic. With each step deeper into the shadows, she snapped pictures, capturing the essence of their bond that glimmered like sapphire against the overbearing darkness. Each capture sent waves of blinding light radiating outward, but the shadows fought back tenaciously. "Keep clicking! Don't stop!" Marco cried, his voice strained but filled with urgency. The darkness screeched in agony, a cacophony that burrowed under her skin. Yet Clara held fast to the warmth of their shared laughter, focusing on each moment, each cherished memory spilling to life through the lens. She could feel the energy pulsating, radiating warmth against the encroaching void. As another click echoed down the suffocating silence, light surged, sending tendrils of brilliance arcing through the darkness. Shadows buckled momentarily, their etched faces flickering under the brilliance, their screams intertwining with bursts of light before falling silent once more. For every step she took, Clara felt her resolve strengthening, the memories rekindling inside her, an inferno against the chilling embrace of despair. But the dark entity, angry and relentless, lashed out with gusts of wind that chilled the air, his form coalescing into a dreadful visage as he towered above them, eyes alight with an ancient fury. "Foolish mortals!" It boomed, a voice that echoed to the chamber, a roar that vibrated in Clara's bones. "You think you can fight the depths of your despair? You will be consumed by your own regret." The shadows surged, ill-defined hands reaching for Clara as she fought to keep the light shining, drawing from the memories that bound them. She felt the grip of terror tighten in her throat, and despair clawed at the corners of her mind, threatening to suffocate her spirit. But she couldn't falter. She couldn't let fear claim her friends. With newfound determination, Clara raised her camera higher, snapping yet another picture even as shadows writhed around her, darkness snaking through the air. At that moment, she thought of every cherished moment, the warmth of friendship, shared victories, even the smallest tokens of joy that had made them who they were. "We are more than this," she proclaimed, voice rising above the bitter winds. The darkness shrieked again, a high-pitched wail that threatened to rupture her very being as Clara pressed on, the camera capturing moment after moment, light piercing through the black that encroached on her consciousness. With each flash, a manifestation of hope erupted, forcing the shadows to recede ever so slightly. Yet darker storms gathered in the corners of the chamber, faces swirling in agony, voices rising like a storm, horrific memories mingling in a tempest of despair clawing at their resolve. "You cannot break free. You belong to us," they cried, a chorus that echoed through the chaos, pulsing through shadows reaching out, hungry and relentless. "Fight it! Fight it!" Marco yelled, the weight of darkness constricting his voice, fear suffusing into that hollow pit of darkness that threatened to swallow all of them. Clara could see Marco struggling against the weight of shadows tugging at him, forcing him to bow under the crushing despair. Every inch she pushed deeper felt heavy, a daunting reminder of the darkness threatening to drown them. Yet there, at the edge of her consciousness, she felt the pulsing. The shadows thrashed violently, as if alive, swirling around Clara and her friends with a ferocity that mimicked the storms raging outside. Clara could feel the air grow thick and cold, an oppressive weight settling around them. Each breath became a struggle against the despair, trying to smother the very essence of who they were. The haunting whispers, now a frenzied cacophony, clawed at her resolve, their ghastly voices seeping into her consciousness, drilling into her mind like nails on a chalkboard. Memories of their failures and fears looped endlessly, images of things lost swirling around her like ghoulish specters. "Let go!" The shadows hissed, reaching for her with tendrils that curled around her limbs like constricting serpents. "Just let it all go. Embrace the darkness, and it will all be over." The voices melded into an echo of Clara's own thoughts, each utterance dragging her closer toward the precipice of despair where she feared she would fall, where the darkness promised no return. "Don't listen," Marco shouted, his urgency breaking through the whispers like a beacon, rekindling the fire within Clara's heart. She could see his face pale against the menacing tide as he struggled against the shadows engulfing him. The tendrils writhed around him, binding him tighter, drawing him into the void. Clara could sense his fear radiating toward her, a palpable force that mingled with the horror swirling around them. "Clara, we need to stay together." Sophie, ever the anchor of laughter and light, was next to him, her grip slipping. Her eyes were wide, darting frantically as she fought against the onslaught. Clara felt a surge of determination, a fierce revolt stirring within her chest, propelled by the need to protect them both. "I won't let you take my friends," she roared, channeling all her fury into her camera once more, snapping another picture. With a blinding flash, light surged forth like a shockwave, illuminating the chamber for a split second. The shadows recoiled, shrieking in anguish, but they were not defeated yet. Instead, it seemed to provoke an even greater fury within the darkness. A massive figure materialized at the center of the maelstrom, an amalgamation of despair, its eyes dark voids that swallowed every flicker of light. It towered above them, a grotesque silhouette against the remnants of brilliance, its form shifting and twisting as it manifested into something more terrifying than anything Clara had ever seen. The creature shifted its gaze toward Clara, and for an instant, she was caught in the depths of its soulless eyes, dark and unforgiving. "You think you can defy your own nature," it sneered, a ripple of contempt lacing its voice. It extended an arm, a shadowy appendage that stretched out towards her, fingers elongating into horrific claws that glistened with malice. "You are nothing without your despair. You are the sum of your regrets." Images of past failures surged through Clara's mind. The times she had let down the people she loved, the broken promises, the dreams left by the wayside, all swirling in the shadow's grasp. Each memory cut deeper than the last, threatening to consume the light she fought to keep alive. The dark specter congealed closer, its breath icy and vile, curling around her like smoke. "Join me, Clara. Embrace the darkness, and you will find peace." "No," Clara retorted, her voice wavering but unwavering. She was trembling now, fear gnawing at her insides, but she remembered the laughter, the joy of being surrounded by her friends, the moments when they had danced in the rain, when they had shared dreams and conjured plans beneath starry skies. With one decisive snap of her camera, she unleashed a flash that sent the horrible apparition reeling back, the light cascading over its monstrous form, illuminating the twisted anguish etched on its face. On either side of her, Marco and Sophie fought against the binding shadows, lending their strength to Clara's resolve, pushing against the immobilizing tendrils that sought to drag them down. Together, Marco shouted, and for a fleeting moment, his belief anchored them. They could break free if they worked as one. The clamor of despair twisted around them, trying to pull them apart. But Clara felt a surge of collective energy radiate from her friends, an unbreakable bond formed of love and shared history. Our memories matter. We are more than this darkness, Sophie cried, her voice fierce and determined, igniting sparks of hope in the oppressive air. Clara could sense the shadows retreating, momentarily cowed by the blinding light of their connection. Yet the dark entity bellowed, its tone resonating with fury, rage permeating the air. You think your pathetic bonds can save you? You are fools. This is merely the beginning. The walls of the chamber trembled, and shadows writhed violently as if trying to shatter the very fabric of their reality. Taking a deep breath, Clara summoned every ounce of courage she had left. She focused on her camera, ready to unleash another burst of light, an expression of the love that transcended fear. The entity lunged forward, moving with unnerving speed, its sharpened claws aimed directly at her heart. But in that heartbeat moment, Clara didn't flinch. Instead, she captured the essence of their strength, the memories they had crafted together. With a decisive click, a flash erupted with blinding intensity, sending forth waves of light that washed over the chamber and splintered the darkness like breakable glass. The air crackled as the echoes of laughter and joy burst forth, stunning the towering shadow and halting its lethal advance. Clara felt a jolt rush through her as she captured another moment, the luminescence flashing out across the room, illuminating the horror that was held at bay by the strength of their bond. "Keep fighting," Marco urged, pulling Sophie close, their hands intertwining as they stood strong beside her, light pushing back against the dark wave, crashing toward them. Clara could see the shadows thinning, retreating, as though stung by the brilliance of their hearts. But the darkness was relentless, and the air crackled with an ominous energy, the entity howling in rage as it twisted and coiled, reshaping itself into an even more grotesque form, infused with their fear. Just then, a rumble echoed throughout the chamber, shaking the walls as though the very foundation of their reality was in jeopardy. The shadows swelled, pooling at their feet, swirling about like malevolent water. "You cannot escape yourselves," they roared, voices intertwining in a hideous symphony. "Face your true selves." Clara felt the ground shift and tremble beneath them, the darkness swirling into an abyss that beckoned them with promises of oblivion. The faces of their past flickered into view, people she had lost, moments she had failed to cherish. At the same time, memories of joyous gatherings and cherished secrets filled her mind, creating a vivid clash of light and dark. The abyss loomed larger, threatening to engulf them. But what struck her most was the surprise realization that it was not just shadows that flickered at the edges of the darkness. There, too, were faces that encapsulated the warmth and love she had known. The friends whose laughter had once echoed against these very walls. The undeniable bond that could not be severed by mere shadows. Taking another deep breath, Clara turned her camera and captured the shifting images of light and dark, her heart beating wildly as she struggled to maintain focus amid the chaotic storm that roiled around them. Each click amplified their combined essence, sending shockwaves of light that filled the chamber, momentarily pushing the dark entity back, though the abyss still loomed, ravenous for its prize. "Stay with me," she cried, urgency heavy in her voice, feeling each heartbeat pulse with the energy of their connection. The shadows morphed again, churning into monstrous shapes that climbed the walls, casting dreadful silhouettes that danced mockingly in the light, their laughter chilling. "You think you are safe?" the spirit howled, its massive visage looming ever closer, spiteful eyes glimmering with intent. "You will succumb to the darkness, as all who came before you have. You are neither strong nor brave. You are lost. But we're not lost," Sophie shouted, her voice cutting through the clamor as she held onto Marco, defiant. "We're here together, fighting. You can't have us." Clara felt the strength radiate from their bond, igniting the very air around them with a fierce burning brightness that pulsed in rhythm with their hearts. Clara knew that now was the moment to dig deeper, to let their collective consciousness surge forth, to infuse their memories with power. She pointed the camera at her friends, capturing their determination etched on their faces, the fire igniting behind their eyes. With a deep breath, she snapped another picture and released a flash, a brilliant explosion of light that shattered the looming shadows surrounding them. The blinding brilliance surged forth, engulfing the specter, illuminating the chamber, pushing back the consuming void that threatened to swallow them whole. Clara could hear the anguished howls of the shadows as they writhed under the intensity, dissipating into wisps of smoke, the weight in the air shifting, growing lighter with each moment. But they were not free yet. From the depths of the persisting darkness, an ominous pulse reverberated, and Clara turned just in time to catch a sight that chilled her blood. Emerging from the darkness was a figure, thin and emaciated, its features long since lost to time, but its eyes burned with desperation. It was a visage Clara recognized from fleeting memories. A person she had known once, someone whose departure had left her heart heavy with grief, as if a piece of her soul had shattered forever. Clara, the ghostly figure whispered, its voice echoing like a lament. "Help me." The shadows around it thickened and twisted as it extended a bony hand toward her, trembling with despair. "You can save me. You can't leave me here." Terror flashed through Clara as she stepped back instinctively, heart racing. The darkness quaked within the chamber, and the air became saturated with dread. "No!" Clara shouted, shaking her head against the overwhelming urge to reach out, to comfort, to mend what had been broken. "You're not real. You're just a figment of my fears." "Am I?" The figure rasped, its voice weaving through her thoughts. "You know me, Clara. You cannot forget the pain. The darkness is simply a reflection of who you are. You can't escape from yourself." But Clara felt a surge of instinctual defiance. "You're not real." She snapped her camera again, capturing the spectral figure amidst flashes of brightness, determined to expel it from her reality. "You are part of the shadows trying to claim me." With each click, light burst forth, a blinding radiance that pushed against the encroaching darkness, forcing the tendrils untethering from her companions to recede. She recalled the laughter, the joyous memories, the essence of what it meant to truly live without the weight of sorrow suffocating their spirits. The ghostly apparition howled, a mournful wail that echoed off the chamber walls, mingling with the cacophony of voices urging her to succumb. "Your joy means nothing without me. You cannot escape the past." "I can!" Clara shouted, warrior spirit ignited, raising her camera one last time. "I choose to fight for the future." The moment froze as the darkness coalesced into one, the entity towering above them like a tempest waiting to strike. Clara felt the power of all their memories surge around her, binding her heart to the faces of those she loved. "I am not alone. We are not alone," she cried, snapping the picture with a forceful resolve, pouring every ounce of belief into the click. In an explosion of pure white light, the room seemed to quake. The spectral figure twisted in the light, its mournful visage illuminated, momentarily revealing the pain of its existence before it dissolved, replaced by the strength of the bonds Clara had forged with her friends. Clara's heart raced as she witnessed shadows pulled and torn apart, vanquishing their grasp, the entities shrieking in agony, losing their hold ever so slightly. But just as victory felt within reach, the overarching shadows surged anew with vengeance, swirling like a living storm tearing at the walls of their reality. Clara's heart pounded wildly as she glanced at her friends. "Clara," Marco's voice trembled with fear. "Hold on. We can do this," she reassured him, their bond igniting like a flame against the gathering darkness. Rapacious shadows clawed at them, seeping into the edges of their connection, overpowering. Clara clicked her camera again, forcing light into dormant corners as the darkness thickened, trying to sever the bond they fought to maintain. Each photo she took pulse with resolve. But now the shadows morphed into deeper manifestations of despair, visions of regret and grief, pulling them toward a consuming void, whispering insidiously as part of their fear. "You'll never escape us," the shadows crooned. "You cannot outlast your own sorrows." But the light surged brighter, fueled by their shared strength. Clara felt the warmth radiate from Marco and Sophie, knowing they were each the irreplaceable pieces to the puzzle that made her whole. With another click, she captured their determination, their divided souls interwoven with threads of love, laughter, and unbreakable trust, igniting the air with fierce brilliance. The shadows recoiled as if burnt, shrieking and writhing like serpents as the light pierced through there with every flash of her camera. Clara felt her resolve deepening, the weight of despair lifting from the heavy atmosphere surrounding them. The shadows snarled, their forms twisting grotesquely, yielding to the light but never fully retreating. In the chaos, she could still hear their malignant whispers, weaving through the air, trying to distract them from their purpose. "Look behind you," hissed one shadow, forming into the twisted shape of a person she once knew. "Remember the hurt, Clara. Remember how it felt to be abandoned." The apparition took an ominous step forward, its eyes sunken, brimming with the void. Clara's heart raced as she forced herself to look away from the familiar face, shoving down the memories that threatened to surface. "No, you don't belong here," she shouted, launching another click against the shadows. Light burst forth, powerful enough to momentarily blind the terrifying figure, leaving a gaping void where it once stood. But the shadows didn't relent. They howled with rage, dark tendrils stretching out toward her, eager to reclaim their lost hold. The very air crackled ominously, a static energy vibrating with unmasked fury. She felt chaos enveloping them like a storm, thunderous without warning. The oppressive weight of despair began to seep back into her heart, urging her to forget the radiance woven by her connections. "Clara!" Marco's voice trembled beside her, raw terror threading through his. "Tone, what if they're right? What if we never escape the past?" His eyes latched onto hers, reflecting vulnerability and fear. Sophie's hand tightened around Clara's shoulder as she responded defiantly. "No, we are stronger than our shadows. We can break through this." Yet despite her words, uncertainty danced in Sophie's eyes, a flicker of doubt that mirrored Clara's own fears. Dread washed over Clara. The shadows surged, a tidal wave of darkness coiling tighter around them. "They'll keep coming," Sophie urged. "Every time we falter, every time you hesitate." "No," Clara shouted, rallying strength from the clenching gratitude in her heart, the righteous flame of friendship burning bright. "Look at what we built. Remember the moments we shared? They're not just memories. They're our arsenal against this darkness." Another flash, another picture taken, illuminating the room once again, revealing the connection of their past in each burst of brightness. The shadows recoiled, but the darkness contorted in rage, suddenly forming a vortex that plunged them into deeper depths. Clara felt the ground shift beneath her, the very fabric of reality warping, twisting into a whirlpool of fear and uncertainty. The walls of the chamber pulsated with life and death, an echo of ancient whispers pulling her deeper into darkness. "Clara, we need to go," Marco urged, his voice breaking through the growing tumult. Clara glanced back, and for a fleeting moment, she saw her failures manifested within the darkness. Her childhood secrets, fractured relationships, each regret morphing into monstrous figures that loomed closer, crying out with pitiful wails. She stumbled backward, terror racing through her veins, swallowing her resolve. The darkness flickered with sharp, jagged edges that pulsated like dying embers. Despair took hold, a cold grip tightening around her throat. "No, I can't," she gasped, feeling as though the shadows were closing in on her, suffocating the light, smothering her will to fight. "Focus, Clara," Sophie shouted, and Clara caught the fierce glint in her friend's eyes, a guiding star against the dark that threatened to consume her. "Fight it. We can do this together." Gripping her camera with newfound determination, Clara pointed it into the swirling chaos, snapping shot after shot, tears brimming in her eyes. With each flash, memories surged forth. Laughter shared under summer skies, whispered secrets during sleepless nights, their hearts woven intricately together in a grand tapestry of hope and love. The darkness flickered, torn by the light, and Clara felt emboldened. These memories were not just remnants of the past. They were the very essence of their strength. But the shadows still writhed, shifting aimlessly, summoning deeper horrors that emerged from the corners of the room. Horrific specters of their darkest hour, seen through the fog of fear. A familiar face emerged from the fog, twisted by pain and clutching at Clara's heartstrings, a haunting reminder of a missed goodbye. The spectral figure froze, its eyes fathomless and piercing, a pit of sorrow that took Clara's breath away. "Clara," it whispered, the voice chilling with the echo of lost chances. "Why didn't you save me? You let me go." The accusation hung heavy in the air, suffocating, changing the very nature of the shadows around them, darkening the space with guilt and resentment. "No, you're not real," she screamed, fear coursing through her. Clinging to the truth she desperately needed to believe. "I did everything I could." But the specter only smiled with a sorrowful acceptance, and with each fleeting thought, its form morphed, turning the shadows into grotesque illustrations of past regrets. Memories of anguished faces and lost connections merged with the darkness, telling tales of hurt that squeezed at her heart as they wrapped around her throat. The chamber seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of despair, drawn tight by sorrow, ensnaring them in a web of their own making. In that moment of dread, something shifted within Clara. Would she allow the shadows to rewrite her story, to snatch away the light she fought to protect? The answer surged within her, a flicker blooming as Clara stepped out into the light. The sensation was almost euphoric. It enveloped her like a long-lost embrace, washing over her and purging the remnants of despair clinging to her spirit. Marco and Sophie walked closely beside her, their warmth palpable, grounding her within the reality they'd fought so fiercely to reclaim. Yet even as they strolled to the quaint streets lined with blooming flowers, Clara couldn't shake the lingering unease that whispered at the edges of her consciousness, a nagging reminder of the shadows they had just escaped. The sun shone brightly overhead, casting fluttering shadows of leaves on the sidewalk, but Clara felt an inexplicable chill lurking beneath the surface. Every crack in the pavement seemed to breathe, every shadow elongated unnaturally, and with each step forward, her mind danced precariously between the safety of the light and the haunting terrors that lay just beyond its reach. An image flashed in her mind, a flicker of those grotesque figures, their faces twisted in outrage, anger etched into every line of their features. What if they still lingered, waiting in the dark corners of her mind, ready to strike again? "Clara, is everything okay?" Marco's voice cut through the fog of her thoughts, drawing her back to the present. Clara forced herself to nod, a smile gracing her lips, but inside, a battle raged. The shadows may have been vanquished for now, but she felt their whispers winding through the recesses of her memory, clawing at her resolve like hungry animals. "Yeah, just a bit overwhelmed," she replied, the words tasting stale on her tongue as she glanced around. The cheerful chatter of children playing nearby, the laughter of a couple strolling arm in arm, all felt distant. The usual vibrancy of life that surrounded her now felt like a mask, hiding something sinister lurking just beneath. Each step they took seemed to pull her deeper into a haze, reality slipping ever so slightly. The bright colors around her began to blur, and with every blink, she had the nagging sensation that the sun was beginning to dim, the cheerful chirping of birds fading into an eerie silence. She began to question her senses, the vivid hues of the flowers morphing into shades of dull gray. Clara shivered involuntarily, clutching her camera tighter as if it were a lifeline. Avoiding a puddle that had formed on the sidewalk, Clara noticed the faintest ripple echoing across the surface, reflecting her face in a way that sent a jolt of fear through her. There, behind her own image, something darker shifted, a fleeting shadow darker than night, something that had no place in this world of light. She blinked again, but it was gone, leaving only the unsettling echo of a warning behind it. Was it merely her imagination or a fragment of the darkness she and her friends had banished? Let's take a break over there, Sophie suggested, pointing toward a small cafe with a lovely patio. The idea of warm coffee and fresh pastries was comforting, a perfect antidote to the paranoia creeping into her thoughts. Clara nodded and followed her friends, grateful for the distraction. Yet her heart still hammered in her chest as they settled at a small table beneath a bright umbrella. As they chatted, laughter flowed freely, but Clara found herself visioning the shadows gathering at the edge of her peripheral vision. Fears. She had to know what waited beyond the veil of darkness. She had to understand the shadows that haunted her thoughts. Her heart thudded painfully in her chest as she took a deep breath, drawing upon the courage that had driven her from despair. Turning to face the shadows lurking ahead, Clara stepped further into the abyss. Even as the darkness pressed in from every angle, the whispers of her past began to unravel around her. Fragments of her fears, countless memories morphing into shapes that felt both familiar and utterly terrifying. A figure materialized from the dark, silhouetted against an inky backdrop. Clara stood frozen, unable to tear her gaze away. It was the twisted visage of her father, regret heavy in his expression as he reached out towards her, his mouth moving in a desperate plea that she could not quite hear. "Please," Clara murmured, her voice breaking, memory flooding in with a tidal wave of sorrow and despair. The echoes of their past danced around her, taunting her with all the things left unresolved. The weight of it pressed down on her, a suffocating darkness that felt like chains binding her to her history. In a flash, the scene shifted as Clara was thrust into a vivid recollection, a moment frozen in time. It was the day her father had left, an event that had shaped the very fabric of her being. The world warped around her. She watched as her younger self stood in their living room, heart pounding in her chest while her father's luggage lay by the door. Both a final farewell and a suffocating knot wound tightly within her heart. "Goodbye, Clara," his voice echoed in the vastness of the night, soft but laced with the unmistakable bitterness of regret. "You'll understand one day." Those words, "You'll understand one day," echoed through her mind like a haunting mantra, an unsolved puzzle urinating at the edges of her reality. No, this was not just about the darkness. It was about confronting the hurt, the ache that nestled deep within her soul. Each breath became a struggle as she encroached closer towards his shadowed figure. "Why did you leave?" she cried out, voice trembling with emotion. "Why did you let me carry this all alone?" The darkness around her twisted, swallowing the anguish that pulsed within her veins. His face morphed in response, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as the shadows warped around him, twisting his features into a grotesque representation of abandonment and anger. "Because you weren't strong enough," he hissed, darkness swirling in response to his words. "You've always been weaker, hiding behind your camera, cherishing illusions while real life slips through your fingers." "Stop!" Clara yelled, desperation clawing for purchase in her heart. She struggled against the energy binding her, the weight of shame threatening to pull her back into the dark she had fought so hard to escape. Suddenly, the scene shifted violently, and Clara stumbled forward, falling into a cold. Clara lost her footing, her palms scraping against the gritty pavement as she struggled to regain her balance. The sharp pain that tore through her hands pierced through the numbing smoke of her anger and sadness. The menacing wail intensified, and she could feel its reverberations echoing deep within her bones, a grotesque symphony heralding her descent into shadow. Her heart hammered against her ribcage, a frenzied tattoo that drowned out the whispers of the past, urging her to turn back. But she couldn't move. Something held her in place, a magnetism that pulled her deeper into this echoing cavern of despair. As Clara clambered to her feet, the world around her shifted once more. The alley transformed, walls stretching into towering shadows that loomed over her, a labyrinth of darkness enclosing her in its suffocating embrace. With every step she took, the air grew heavier, thick with an oppressive silence that felt almost palpable. Clara's breath quickened, and she glanced around, her pulse thrumming in her ears like a war drum as the shadows twisted, whispering secrets just beyond her understanding. Why did you leave? She shouted into the abyss, her voice trembling as if the darkness would answer her pleas. But instead, the echo of her words bounced back mockingly, amplifying the emptiness that had always resided within her, that nagging suspicion that something was forever missing. There was no response, only the chilling realization that she was irrevocably alone in this forsaken place. The whispers morphed into a cacophony, ghostly murmurs brushing against the edges of her consciousness, secrets long buried bubbling to the surface. Each phrase snaked into her mind, entwining itself with her memories. "You're not enough," they hissed, their tone dripping with disdain. "You'll never be enough." A wave of rage surged within her, igniting a fire long dormant. "I am enough," she screamed, the defiance tearing from her throat like a battle cry. "You can't define me." And yet, as she stood her ground, the shadows tightened around her, coiling like serpents, whispering incredulous lies. Images sparked to life, snippets of her childhood flashing before her eyes like a cruel montage. She was a shy girl at school, unnoticed and overlooked in the chaotic whirlwind of youth. She saw herself sitting alone at lunch, a wallflower beyond reach, her dreams of connection dissolving like sugar in water. One image lingered, her younger self parched and yearning, so close to the laughter of her peers yet forever barred from tasting it. The alley twisted further, merging memories with an aching clarity that pulled at her very essence. She saw her father standing there, shoulders heavy with burdens she could barely comprehend. "You need to be strong, Clara," he had said on countless occasions, each word a cast iron weight on her heart. "Don't let people walk over you." The advice had been good in its intention, but it always made her feel like a failure for not living up to his image of strength. What was so wrong with being vulnerable? She whispered to the shadows, knowing they held no answers, only their own distorted reflection of her greatest fears. Feeling the heat of anger rising within, Clara surged forward through the morass of memories and shadows, determined to confront whatever truth hid in this shadowy realm. The air shimmered with an unsettling energy, neon flashes of light betraying the darkness. She was nearly lost when, in the disorienting convergence of her memories and the alley's oppressive ambience, a figure broke through the haze ahead. At first, it resembled her father, but as Clara moved closer, she realized it was an abhorrent caricature, both familiar and grotesque. The features twisted and morphed, caught in a perpetual state of anguish, the depth of its eyes sinking into vortexes of despair. "Clara," it rasped, the voice a mournful echo of her father's, but layered with something darker, something that sent shards of ice crawling up her spine. "You've always been my mistake. Always too weak, too fragile. Stop! You aren't real," she shouted, her voice wavering as she tried to shake off the reminder of his dismissals. "You're just a reflection, a remnant of my fears." Yet, deep inside, a horrid part of her trembled at the truth of those words, at the notion that the shadows had distilled her childhood regrets into this hideous farce of her past. But the figure lurched forward, a wretched amalgamation of everything that had ever haunted her dreams. Clara felt an instinctual dread coil around her heart like a vice. "You will never escape me," it rasped, reaching out with ghostly fingers that shimmered and twisted, feeling unholy in their movement. The lights flickered, illuminating grotesque etchings on the walls, a ledger of pain and abandonment that bore witness to the darkest corners of her mind. "Leave me alone," she screamed, backing away. But the shadows that had once offered her shelter now felt suffocating, pressing in closer. They weaved into a net that ensnared her heart, tightening its grip as an overwhelming wave of memories crashed over her, each one more painful than the last. Suddenly, the labyrinth of shadows erupted into chaos. Clara was thrust into a spiraling descent, tumbling down a chasm that felt endless. She called out, the sound swallowed by the void, as images flashed past her like shooting stars. Her mother's haunted gaze, the moments of lost opportunities, and the hollow echo of laughter that was never meant for her. She landed with a thud in a new world that felt eerily familiar, a reflection of the cafe she had just fled. The warmth of the sun was replaced by a suffocating haze, as if the very essence of joy had been distilled into bitter memories. The once vibrant colors of the cafe were drained of life, replaced by grotesque shades of gray and black. The tables were set, but they teetered precariously, and the patrons bore expressions of despair, connection twisted into a web of isolation. Clara, a voice floated through the haze, crystalline and beautiful, yet tinged with a sorrow that echoed within her. She recognized it instantly. It was Sophie, standing at a table adorned with wilted flowers. Her friend's eyes shimmered with tears unshed, a reflection of Clara's own resolve. "You have to come back. We need you. Help us," called Marco, trapped in a translucent cage that flickered like a faraway beacon. His arms flailed in desperation as he thrashed against invisible bonds. "Clara, don't lose yourself in this darkness. Fight. You're stronger than this." Clara's heart swelled with determination, pushing through the fog of despair that threatened to envelop her. This was not just a battle against her shadows. It was a fight for the love and friendship that had always anchored her to reality. But with each step forward, the tendrils of darkness wrapped tighter around her, whispering lies intended to drag her under. "You're too weak," the shadows hissed, their voices a cruel chorus attempting to drown out Marco and Sophie's desperate pleas. Each lie spawned a torrent of doubt that crashed against her like waves, threatening to break her resolve and drag her under. "They'll abandon you, just like he did, just like everyone else. You're destined to be alone." "No!" Clara roared, rallying against the daunting shadows that seethed around her. "I refuse to believe you. You may have haunted my past, but you will not define my future." With each proclamation, light broke through the encompassing gloom, blinding radiance suddenly scattering the darkness around her. The air crackled with energy as she ground her heels into the ground, pushing against the shadows. She could feel the warmth of her friend's presence, their love fueling her strength, igniting a force within her that surged forward like a liberating tide. The grotesque figure of her father lurked behind her, peering through the shadows with a contorted face, desperately trying to reestablish its hold over her. It reached out, fingers elongated into talons of despair, but Clara stood resolute. Memories of light broke through the clouds of her doubt. Sophie's laughter, Marco's unwavering support, the moments they had shared filled with hope and determination. "I choose strength," Clara shouted, voice ringing clear and strong, cutting through the enclosing shadows. As the light grew more powerful, the grotesque figure recoiled, and Clara felt the grip of despair loosen ever so slightly. With a final surge of determination, she pushed against the darkness surrounding her, drawing in the warmth of the light that had become the very essence of her fight. "I am not my fears. I am not my father's judgment," she declared, the ground shaking beneath her as she willed the truth of her worth to break free. The shadows convulsed in response, screeching in terror as the light engulfed them, illuminating the claustrophobic alleyways that had threatened to devour her spirit. Clara, Marco, and Sophie cried, their voices melding into the chorus of encouragement as they reached out, the distance between them evaporating. Their presence infused Clara with an unstoppable force, a conviction that transcended fear. With newfound power, Clara pressed forward, her presence radiating through the darkness, illuminating the twisted streets of her subconscious and banishing the grotesque figures that mirrored her doubts. As she approached Marco and Sophie, the shadows splintered, fracturing into wispy tendrils that faded into nothingness, leaving only warmth in their wake. She collapsed into her friend's embrace, overwhelmed by the warmth and safety they provided. "You did it, Clara. You faced your fears," Marco exclaimed, voice filled with a blend of relief and admiration. Tears blurred Clara's vision as she wrapped her arms around them both, finally feeling the blossoming sense of belonging she had chased her entire life. "I couldn't have done it without you," she replied, choked with emotion. "You remind me of who I am when I lose sight of myself." But the warmth was fleeting. Clara felt a tremor beneath her feet as the cafe around them began to shudder and pull apart, the remnants of darkness threatening to consume them once again. The figures and memories that had once held her captive lingered, each like a vendetta unresolved, but they no longer carried the weight they once had. "We need to go," Sophie urged, her voice determined as the floor shook violently. Clara nodded, knowing deep inside she had to keep moving forward, not just for herself, but for all the parts of her that had suffered in silence for too long. As they sprinted towards the emerging light that flickered in the distance, Clara felt the tether of the shadows loosening with every stride. With each step, she fought to solidify her newfound identity, standing against the judgments that had once held her captive. The way forward, drenched in bright luminescence, beckoned for courage, and Clara was ready to step through the threshold of her darkness and into the light of her true self. But the path was not without obstacles. The shadows hissed and writhed at her heels, unrelenting in their pursuit. Clara closed her eyes for a brief moment, centering her thoughts. The memories of abandonment and hurt surged within her again, but this time transformed into a tapestry woven with strength, resilience, and hope. She could face them, all of them. She had finally turned to confront her darkest fears. "You don't own me," Clara screamed at the closing darkness behind her, pushing with every ounce of strength. "I will not be defined by you." The echoes of her voice rippled through the encroaching gloom, scattering the shadows like autumn leaves in a storm. Beside her, Sophie and Marco held her tighter, their energy coalescing into an unbreakable bond of support. Their presence wrapped around Clara like a protective barrier, the three of them becoming a fortress against the darkness that had once tried to snuff out their light. She could feel its strength reverberate through them, igniting hope deep within her heart as they barreled forward. Clara glanced back momentarily at the shadows that clawed at their heels, a vast sea of darkness filled with threads of every insecurity and doubt she had ever felt. But now, the shadows cowered before the luminous bond they formed, ebbing and fading away into nothingness. Clara grinned defiantly. She knew she could never fully escape them, but that was the beauty. Instead of cowering in fear, she could face them. She would face them head on. Finally, they burst through a doorway, spilling into an expansive, sunlit garden that shimmered with vibrant colors, blinding her momentarily. The air was fragrant and filled with the hum of life. Clara blinked away the remnants of the shadows, her heart racing beneath the relief and laughter of being alive. They advanced into the garden, the sweet scent of flowers wrapping around them like a warm embrace. The sky above shifted, a beautiful swirling canvas of reds, oranges, and soft blues, a welcoming sight promising freedom from the darkness they had just escaped. Clara felt buoyed by the radiance, its warmth saturating the very core of her being, as if resurrecting every part of her rejected self. But even in this beautiful sanctuary, Clara knew the shadows could return. She understood that healing was not a destination. It was a journey, a continuous act of embracing the light while acknowledging the darkness that lay within. Taking a deep breath, Clara turned to Sophie and Marco, her eyes sparkling with gratitude and newfound resolve. "Thank you for being here. I promise I won't lose myself again." "Together, we're unstoppable," Marco replied, a fierce determination lighting his eyes. Sophie smiled warmly, a soft light radiating from her heart. "Yes, no darkness can break us if we remember to hold on to each other." Clara nodded, her heart swelling with appreciation for the bond they shared. The shadows might return, but she was. As they ventured deeper into the garden, the vibrant blossoms and lush greenery gradually morphed into an intimidating labyrinth of twisted vines and gnarled branches. Clara sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, a chilling whisper that echoed through the leaves, a reminder that the shadows never truly vanished. It was a reminder that the past could rear its head at any moment. "It feels different, doesn't it?" Marco murmured, glancing anxiously around them. The once golden daylight dimmed, weighted by an oppressive silence that seemed to amplify their heartbeats. The flowers wilted, petals drooping as if mourning something long lost. Clara clenched her fists, determination coursing through her veins as she steered her friends forward. "We can handle this. We've made it this far." Her voice quivered slightly, the bravado tested by an underlying current of dread. But she pushed the fear down, focusing instead on the warmth emanating from Sophie and Marco. Yet, as they walked, a creeping sensation slithered down Clara's spine. A disembodied whisper teased the edges of her consciousness, taunting her with memories of every hurtful word she had ever heard. "You can't escape," it hissed, its voice slithering just beyond her hearing. "You don't belong here. You never did. Can you hear that?" Sophie asked, her eyes darting nervously. "It sounds like—" "Just keep walking," Clara interjected, shaking her head as fiercely as she could. She could not afford to give in now. They were so close to something beautiful, and she wouldn't let the shadows swallow her again. The last remnants of darkness were coiling around her heart, but the light of her friends pulsed at her fingertips, urging her on. Suddenly, Marco stumbled backwards, gasping as his eyes fixed upon shadowy figures that emerged from the taut foliage. "What are they?" he croaked, voice tight with fear. The figures shifted fluidly, their forms constantly changing, each morphing into a new manifestation of Clara's past. The scornful faces of classmates, the disapproving frown of her father, every scathing whispered comment that had echoed through the halls of her life. Clara gritted her teeth, fighting back desperation as she surveyed the parade of her haunting memories before her. The figures were not just echoes. They were alive, swirling around them, blocking their way forward. "They won't harm us," she urged her friends, steeling herself against the barrage of pain rising in her chest. "They're just reminders. We can face them together." But even as she spoke, the oppressive presence of dread intensified, wrapping tightly around her throat. The figures flickered in and out of focus, snaking closer, reaching for her with fingers made of darkness, their voices rising in a cacophony of judgment and derision. "Look at you. You think you can change? You'll always be a disappointment. You'll fail just like before. You're doomed to repeat your mistakes." A chorus of violent whispers escalated, a tide of derision that threatened to break her resolve. Clara felt the shadows surging, pulling at her very being, and for a moment she stumbled, the weight of the memories nearly toppling her to the ground. But then Sophie's hand grasped tight around hers, grounding her, a buoy in the tumultuous sea of doubt. "Clara, remember who you are." Sophie's voice rang clear above the tumult, a note of harmony amidst the chaos. "They can't take away the strength you built. You're more than your past." Clara drew strength from her friend's words, flooding her mind with recollections of triumph. The first time she had confidently spoken up in class, a moment that had set off a ripple of respect among her peers. The warm laughter shared with Sophie and Marco during a long summer night. The feeling of accomplishment when she completed her first solo art project. Clara's heart surged as the light within her rekindled, blazing fiercely against the encroaching shadows. "You're right. They don't define me." She yelled into the swirling chaos, drawing upon the courage she had forged through their journey together. Sophie and Marco stood resolutely by her side, their presence an unyielding force that strengthened her resolve. Clara lifted her chin, her eyes blazing with defiance. "I choose to be free from you." With each declaration, the apparition shifted, the ethereal creatures dissolving as if caught in a powerful gust of wind. The cacophony began to quiet, the whispers fading into nothingness as they faded into the background. The shadows pulled back momentarily, as if confused, vulnerable before the surge of light that Clara and her friends radiated. But the darkness wasn't done. It recoiled, only to surge forward in a furious tide, weaving tighter around them until they were encircled. Clara could feel the chill seep into her skin as the figures lurked just beyond reach, a reminder that they had not vanished completely. "I won't stop," she shouted defiantly, refusing to back down, a surge of energy igniting her will. "We're stronger together. You can't break us." As her voice rang through the encroaching dusk, the garden twisted violently, the air thickening and swirling with energy, swapping the vibrancy of its colors into ominous grays. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the path twisted like a grotesque snake, threatening to ensnare them. "It's changing," Marco exclaimed, panic flickering in his gaze. The figures began to multiply, encroaching with a sinister purpose. Clara could see their faces now, distorted, mocking smiles twisted into grimaces. The air pulsed with a darkness that crackled with intent as the figures took on monstrous, exaggerated forms of her insecurities and fears. Sophie's grip on Clara's hand tightened, bringing her back from the brink of despair. "Stay focused," she urged. "We'll break through this together." Clara nodded, taking a deep breath to center herself. The shadows slithered closer, but she could feel the warmth of her friend's strength intertwined with hers, a bulwark against the night. They charged forward through the encroaching darkness, determination ignited within them, pulsing like a heartbeat. But the shadows lashed back violently, sending Clara stumbling into the thick, brambled undergrowth. The ground lurched beneath her, roots twisting out like hands trying to pull her into the earth itself. Panic threatened to bubble over as memories clawed at her. No matter how hard she fought, they came rushing back, inexorable tidal waves of wretched experience. "Clara," Marco's voice pierced the suffocating shadows, a lifeline pulling her back from the brink. He thrust his arm through the thicket to grab her, and the moment their fingers touched, a shockwave of warmth surged through her, and the shadows shied away. "We're here. Don't let go," Clara shouted back, summoning the last ounce of strength she had to pull herself free from the creeping darkness. They were closer now, the end of the twisted path shimmering with the promise of light beyond the snarled branches. Finally, they emerged, and Clara gasped in awe at the scene before them. An expansive, sun-drenched meadow stretched out, teeming with flowers that swayed gently, bathed in radiant light. The air shimmered with warmth, and for a moment, it felt as if the garden had shifted to embrace them, welcoming their hearts with open arms. But deep inside Clara, the shadows still lurked. She could sense them waiting, anticipating her moment of weakness, ready to strike again. Their grip still boomed in the recesses of her mind, threatening to suffocate her newfound courage. "Look!" Marco exclaimed, pointing towards an edge of the meadow where the light glimmered even brighter. When Clara turned her head, she saw a crystalline stream winding through the flowers. Its surface shimmered like diamonds under the sun, beckoning them closer. Maybe the water can purify us," Sophie suggested, moving towards the stream, the golden rays capturing her in a halo of brightness. Clara felt her heart quicken and followed her friend without question, trusting in their shared conviction, the hope that pulsed between them. As they ventured toward the water's edge, Clara's resolve grew. "We can heal," she murmured, the power of the moment invigorating her spirit. "We can step into this new beginning." But just as they reached the stream, the ground thundered, and dark clouds began to swirl in the sky above. Shadows spiraled down, wrapping around Clara like a chilling blanket, cutting off the warmth of sunlight. "You cannot escape," a deep voice rumbled, echoing like thunder in the air, a malevolence that sent a shiver crawling up her spine. The figures descended upon them like a ravenous swarm, relentless and overwhelming as they shrieked in unison. "You will be trapped in us forever." The darkness radiated an oppressive energy, drowning out the light. Clara's heart raced, fear creeping back in, clawing at her mind. She was surrounded again, the memories forming grotesque apparitions that leered at her, intent on dragging her under. Each face she had fought against came to life, gnashing teeth and demanding silence. "Give in," they taunted. "You will always be alone." But just then, in a moment of reckless determination, she reached for the water, grasping it in her palms. "I choose love. I choose unity," she cried, her voice filled with defiance as she splashed the water across the shadows encroaching upon them. The liquid shimmered with a life of its own, illuminating the faces of the specters around her in brilliant colors. "Stop!" The voices screeched, recoiling from the stream's radiance as if it were sunlight, scorching their very existence. But Clara stood firm, drawing her friends closer, the bond between them shimmering like the water itself. With renewed confidence, Clara hurled droplets of crystal-clear water at the phantoms, sending a rippling effect through their forms. One by one, the figures began to disintegrate, the darkness that had once consumed her fading like mist in the sunlight, evaporated by the power of connection and light. "We will not be afraid," Clara shouted, calling out to Marco and Sophie, her spirit igniting their own strength. "We are not defined by our shadows. We define ourselves." With their voices joined in the chorus of defiance, they plunged their hands into the stream, splashing water toward the shadows until the very last echoes vanished in a sparkling haze, leaving only a shimmering reminder of the darkness that would no longer hold sway over them. As the shadows dissipated, Clara felt the weight of fear lifting from her shoulders, the air around them growing lighter, filled with laughter and freedom. Slowly, the sun broke through the gathering clouds, illuminating the meadow in radiant golds. "Look!" Sophie shouted, pointing as a rainbow arched gracefully across the sky, spilling colors everywhere: love, laughter, hope, and courage absorbed into each vibrant hue. Clara's heart swelled at the sight. It was a celebration of everything they had fought to reclaim. "I can feel it," she exclaimed, her voice filled with joy. "We made it. We won." In that moment, the realization that they had triumphed over their shadows settled in her heart, warming her from within as if the sun itself had taken residence there. Clara turned to Marco and Sophie, embracing them tightly as tears of relief and joy streamed down her cheeks. It had been a long, harrowing journey, but they had emerged not just as friends, but as warriors, bonded together against the darkest parts of themselves. A new chapter lay before them, forged from love and the unyielding strength of their connection. With their hands intertwined, they stepped out of the meadow into the sunshine, ready to face whatever the world might throw at them, a united front against the darkest parts of their souls. Clara faced the sky, a smile breaking across her face as they left behind the shadows that had once threatened to engulf her. Together, they walked into the future, hearts pounding like the drums of courage, ready to embrace the beauty that life had to offer, hand in hand. Without looking back, the sun hung high, casting a warm embrace over Clara and her friends as they stepped into the vibrant meadow. But the remnants of dusk still lingered in the corners of their minds, shadows that whispered caution as they moved forward. The beauty of the field was intoxicating, yet Clara could almost feel the tug of the darkness behind her, a phantom pain that sat heavy in her chest. They walked for what seemed like hours, the sun's touch wrapping them in its golden warmth, yet the joy of their victory felt fragile, as if it could shatter under the pressure of their past fears. As they wandered deeper into the meadow, Clara caught glimpses of the fluttering butterflies dancing around them, vivid colors that should bring joy. Yet the sight began to twist in her mind, shadows beneath their wings that clawed at her consciousness. With every moment spent in this seemingly serene paradise, the memories of their struggles shifted into looming specters. She brushed her fingers through the cool grass, trying to ground herself, to remind herself that they had emerged victorious. But the tranquil facade began to splinter. A gust of wind rippled through the meadow, snapping the flowers and sending a shiver coursing through her spine. Clara looked around, recognizing the uneasy expressions etched across her friends' faces. Marco's brow furrowed as he glanced at an advancing section of the shadows creeping toward the edge of the meadow, dark forms melding into the landscape, drawing closer with every heartbeat. "What's happening?" Sophie whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Clara could hear the fear creeping in, mixing with the echoes of their previous encounter. It was a sound that unnerved her, a reminder of their near defeat, the shadows that had so nearly consumed them. "Stay close, we'll figure it out," Clara said, attempting to sound brave, though her voice wavered. They tightened their circle, holding hands, a metaphorical shield against the encroaching darkness. As they moved forward, the atmosphere thickened, the sun dipping low in the sky, shadows lengthening ominously as they ventured further into the meadow. With each step, the landscape began to change, the vibrant colors fading into muted grays and browns. The floral tranquility shifted to an unsettling silence that enveloped them. Clara could feel her heart racing in her chest, her instincts screaming that they should turn back. But she couldn't let her friends down. The shadows whispered around them, curling like tendrils creeping closer, whispering secrets too chilling to decipher. "What do you think this is?" Marco asked, glancing over his shoulder, his grip tightening around Clara's hand. "It feels wrong." "I don't know," she replied, straining to keep her voice steady despite the churning dread in her stomach. "But we need to keep moving. We can't let them take that from us." Just as they pressed onward, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. The once firm earth shifted like a restless beast awakening from a long slumber. Clara's breath caught in her throat as fissures snaked through the meadow, casting uneven shadows that danced in mocking rhythms around them. Sophie gasped as she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. "Clara, what's happening?" A low rumble rose, echoing around them like a distant growl. Clara could see the fear written on her friends' faces, mirroring her own internal chaos. "There must be something here. Something we can find that will help us understand what's going on," she exclaimed, desperately trying to rally their spirits. Then, from the darkness at the edge of the meadow, an all too familiar figure slithered forth, its form coalescing from the shadows. Clara's blood chilled. It was a nightmarish echo of the specters they had just battled. But this time it was larger, more imposing. The twisted face bore all the traits of their past fears, each aspect magnified, a grotesque amalgamation of insecurities rising before them. "Flee while you can," it hissed, its voice a dissonant melody weaving through the air like poison. "You cannot escape your nature." Marco stepped protectively in front of Clara and Sophie, anger igniting a spark beneath his fear. "You don't scare us anymore," he shouted defiantly, his fists clenched at his sides, but the shadows only drew closer, swirling like a storm bent on destruction. "This is a place of reckoning," the figure snarled, and behind it, shadows began to bloom like weeds, transforming the tranquil meadow into a battlefield of despair. Clara's heart raced as the tension within the air escalated. She could feel the oppressive weight of her fears creeping in, wanting to pull her back into the dark chasms of hopelessness. "We need to face it," Clara urged, clenching her fists. "We cannot let it win." The words empowered her, but the shadows coiled at her ankles, whispering reminders of failure and doubt. "Stay strong," Sophie shouted above the cacophony, raising her voice as if to stave off the encroaching darkness. "We have overcome so much already." Drawing upon their strength, the three friends took a collective step forward, breaking the nebulous hold that threatened to swallow them whole. Forcing air into her lungs, Clara took a deep breath and summoned every ounce of courage buried within. "We will not be defined by you," she cried, her voice ringing fiercely against the growing tempest. With that declaration, the shadows recoiled, their cacophony stuttered, flickering like a candle fighting against a storm. Clara glanced at her friends, their faces fierce and unwavering, and in that moment, unity shone brighter than the darkness surrounding them. They surged together, hands woven, grounding themselves in the strength of their connection. But the storm was relentless, dark clouds swirling above them, and the figure grew larger, chanting in a voice that resonated through the very air. "Weak hearts, broken souls. You will never escape your fate." Clara fought to maintain her focus, knowing the truth of their battle lay within the bonds they forged. "We are not broken," she countered, their voices mingling, echoing together, reinforcing the strength coursing through their veins. "Keep going, Clara," Marco shouted, his energy fueling her resolve as the shadows raged around them, tugging at their ankles and clouding their minds. The winds howled like banshees, a distorting symphony attempting to rupture the thread of unity they held. With a passionate scream, Clara hurled herself forward, reaching deep into the reservoir of emotion that surged inside her. Pain, love, defiance. We are more than our past. We choose hope. We choose each other. As the words tore from her lips, a brilliant flare ignited within her, a cascade of light bursting from her chest like a star reborn. The shadows shrieked, recoiling with horror as the radiant glow pushed them back, illuminating the darkened corners of the meadow, igniting color back into the earth. But darker remnants still loomed at the edges, swirling frantically before converging upon her, a desperate final attempt from the creature to drag her back into despair. They lunged, claws reaching out for her, a tidal wave of fear. Clara stood her ground, eyes blazing with light. "You don't own me," bursting forth. The brilliant light expanded, cascading in waves as if she had tapped into a forgotten energy. The meadow bathed in luminescence. Shadows screeched and shrieked, crumbling into specks of darkness that dissolved into the ground. Clara felt the pressure around them lessen, the grip on her mind loosening as the shadows fluttered away like a discarded shroud. Yet, through the brilliance, Clara felt a familiar twinge, a pull at her heart, a reminder of the deepest corners of her insecurities that still clung to her spirit, whispering hesitantly, could they truly have won? Or was this merely a facade covering a deeper darkness building within them? "Hold on, Clara," Sophie called, her voice strong as ever. Together they stepped forward, her presence radiating hope. "We've come this far. Let's keep fighting." Then, the shadows began to recede, but Clara noticed something else, a deeper, darker form creeping up from the depths, an entity rising, an embodiment of the darker parts of her soul she had yet to confront. It towered above them, cloaked in shadows that twisted like smoke, concealing its true face. "Wait!" Clara's voice faltered, catching in her throat, dread spiraling around her reason. "What is that?" The creature twisted and churned, slowing and revealing edges that glimmered with malevolence, eyes aflame within darkness, glinting like shards of obsidian. "You thought you had escaped?" it asked, the voice echoing like thunder, a roar of disdain that rattled their bones. "You are anchored in your failures. You are forever chained to your past." "No!" Clara cried defiantly, though she felt the chilling truth snaking around her heart like a serpent. "I am not my mistakes." The creature charged forward, wild and unpredictable, eyes locked onto Clara as it lunged, shadowy claws outstretched, ready to ensnare her in its vile embrace. Time stretched into infinity as Clara braced for impact, the air electrified with tension as everything around her narrowed to the inevitable collision. But just as the creature reached her, Clara felt an overwhelming surge of energy, and in the split second before her body could react, she again called upon the radiant core of light that had emerged before, a beacon of resilience and hope that burned fiercely in her chest. "You will not control me," she shouted, determination lacing each word. The light erupted forth, more brilliant than before, cascading toward the creature in a wash of vibrant energy that scattered the shadows that tried to cling to her. The entity shrieked in rage, a sound that reverberated through the very essence of the meadow as it was engulfed in the light, its form buckling under the intensity of Clara's declaration. But the shadows surged back, continuing their relentless assault, no longer individual figures, but a sweeping blanket of darkness intent on consuming not just Clara, but the entirety of her existence. She could feel the cold grip pulling at her, fear creeping back into the corners of her heart, gnawing at the edges of the newfound brightness within her. Together, Marco's voice cut through the darkness, and the three friends formed a circle, hands clasped tightly as they gathered their strength. Clara could feel their warmth. The light bounced between them as they focused on the shimmering energy of friendship that had flourished against all odds. "No more fear," Clara cried, surging with intense heartbreak and love. "We are stronger than you know." In that moment, all three friends harnessed a burst of collective energy, thrusting it forward as if they had summoned the essence of every moment they had fought for. The light exploded from their hands like a supernova, piercing through the darkness that had once threatened to engulf them entirely. The shadows hesitated, quivering under the onslaught of pure energy and intent. But the shadows roared back, flailing against the pulse of light. Clara could see the specters of her self-doubt forming, haunting faces that twisted and contorted in the darkness, trying to reach her heart. "This is your fate," they taunted, their whispers clawing into her mind, wounding her with familiar insecurities. "No!" she yelled, refusing to surrender as she pushed through the swirling wave of darkness. The shadows shivered under the radiant brilliance, roiling and crumbling away as the light surged forth against them. "I will not bow down to my past." The clash continued, shadows slinking away while they pressed forward, light overpowering the shadows in a beautiful battle, scattering the remnants of fear that had once consumed her. And for the first time, the creatures in the dark began to reveal their true forms. Not phantoms of despair, but mere echoes of the choices, the burdens, the mistakes that she had lived through. With resolute determination, Clara let the light fill her heart to the brim, illuminating the memories she had thought were chains. Memories of laughter, love, and precious moments shared with those she cherished, weaving them together in a radiant tapestry that pulsed with life. Together, she urged her friends, a war cry echoing through the vast expanse of the meadow. "We rise as one!" With one final surge of adrenaline, they directed their combined energy, fierce and bright against the shadows, watching as the lingering darkness fragmented, breaking apart like glass shattering on the ground. "Flee now or be lost," the creature roared, its shape beginning to distort as the brilliance engulfed it within an unrelenting embrace. Clara couldn't breathe, her heart pounding in time with the words. "We are brave. We are united. You will not take our fire." The light exploded outward one last time, casting illumination through the meadow, radiating hope and the essence of friendship until the shadows shrieked, their sounds piercing the air and retreating from their collective power. And then silence fell. A palpable calm washed over them, the air crackling still, hot with the remnants of their shared energy. Clara stumbled back, her breath coming in shuddering gasps as the meadow glistened anew, colors blooming vividly in the wake of their battle. With the darkness dispersed, she blinked, taking in the transformation surrounding them. Flowers shimmering with droplets of dew, the air fragrant with promise. Yet Clara felt an almost tangible weight still nestling in the corners of her heart, a reminder. The fight was not over. It had simply transformed. "We did it," Marco exclaimed, joy sparking in his eyes. Sophie laughed, twirling among the vibrant flowers, colors spinning around her, an embodiment of triumph. But Clara felt her gaze drift back toward the edge of the meadow where remnants of darkness still lingered in the distance, a memento of the struggle they just faced. "Not yet," she murmured, her heart heavy with the knowledge that they had merely scratched the surface of a deeper conflict. Together, they had confronted one form of evil, but this peculiar calm felt eerily fragile, like a thin sheet of ice over a dangerously deep lake. "What's wrong?" Sophie asked, noticing Clara's gaze. Her voice drew Clara back from the brink of her spiraling thoughts. "We saved the meadow." Clara forced a smile, her mind a tangled web of newfound fears intertwined with the flickering flames of hope. I think we need to stay alert." Even as she spoke, the cottony silence around them began to thicken, an ominous undercurrent crackling in the air. Shadows danced just at the edges of the bright meadow, stretching longer and creeping closer, as if peering back at them with malignant intent. They whispered, indistinct murmurs riding the chilling wind that began to sip between the flowers, stirring up the petals like ghostly hands. "Look," Marco pointed suddenly, his voice low and tremulous. "Over there, the shadows are back." Clara squinted into the dimming light, where the shadows formed indistinct shapes that seemed to wriggle and coil, almost as if they were alive. The sun had dipped lower in the sky, casting a softer glow, but also elongating the darkness, layering it with an unsettling depth. "Let's not focus on that. We'll keep moving, won't we?" Sophie said, trying to sound encouraging, but Clara could hear the quiver in her voice. "Yeah, let's go," Marco echoed, though his stance was rigid, a mixture of dread pooling behind his words. They turned, stepping forward cautiously, as if the very ground might betray them beneath their feet. Yet the shadows followed, slithering closer and closer as the three of them moved deeper into the meadow, which felt increasingly like a stage for a sinister play. As they walked, the air grew heavier, beads of sweat forming on Clara's brow from an oppressive heat that seemingly radiated from the creeping blackness. Whispers escalated into a cacophony, swirling with an intensity that threatened to suffocate them. "Do you hear that?" Clara breathed, her voice barely more than a whisper. "What are you talking about?" Marco asked, his eyes darting nervously as he glanced over his shoulder. "The whispers, they're calling us," Clara said, dread curling in her gut. "They're just the wind," Marco asserted quickly, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "Right?" The shadows coiled tighter around them, morphing into indistinct forms that seemed to shift and writhe. Dark figures loomed ominously at the periphery of their vision, formless yet threatening, and Clara could swear she glimpsed faces emerging within the swirling black, hollow eyes and grinning mouths that seemed to beckon her, drawing her deeper into their dark embrace. She willed herself to focus on her surroundings, summoning the strength she had felt earlier, yet the weight of uncertainty pressed heavily against her chest. Then they heard it. A low, guttural laughter echoed from beyond the shadows, a sound that warped the air around them, twisting their emotions and heightening their fears. "Clara, let's hurry," Sophie urged, the urgency of her voice blending with the rising dissonance. They quickened their pace, but the shadows surged forward, brushing against their skin like icy fingers probing for weakness. Clara shuddered, feeling the phantom's icy grip slowly creeping up her spine, while chilling sensations danced across her skin. As they pressed on, the once vibrant meadow morphed under the darkening sky, colors draining to muted shades of gray, life extinguishing in the encroaching gloom. An unsettling wind howled through the field, carrying with it intoxicating whispers that entwined around their thoughts, weaving threads of doubt and despair. "Stay focused, Clara," Marco said, glancing back at the twinkling darkness. Yet his voice faltered, uncertainty threading through his bravado. "Don't let them in." Clara gritted her teeth and shoved aside the gnawing despair. "We need to find the source of this darkness," she insisted, pushing through her trepidation even as doubt clawed at the edges of her resolve. But as they ventured further, the ground began to shift beneath them, the trampled grass giving way to a murky path of twisted roots and gnarled weeds. Clara's foot snagged on something, sending her tumbling forward as darkness rolled in hungry waves. Her heart pounded as she fell, scraped knees biting against the sharp edges of reality. "Clara!" Marco yelled, rushing to her side as the shadows recoiled momentarily, almost as if holding their breath. "I'm fine," she gasped, brushing dirt from her palms, though her pulse raced with an intensity that rattled her composure. But even as she reassured her friends, a serpentine shadow glided along the ground, wrapping around her ankle before she could react. Instinctively, Clara yanked her leg free, but the darkness squeezed tighter, twining around her like a predator closing in on its prey. "Get off me," she screamed, the panic in her voice piercing the air as she wrested with the shadow's grip. Sophie and Marco rushed forward, their hands reaching out to pull Clara away as the darkness constricted tighter, a vice that threatened to snap her resolve. "We're right here," Marco shouted, maintaining firm contact, unwilling to let her go. But the darkness billowed around them, pulling Clara further into the abyss as it pressed against her chest, a suffocating presence that tried to douse the embers of her courage. "No, no, no," Clara cried, fiery determination igniting her spirit as the creature around her lunged forward with ghostly intent, a pair of spectral eyes glowing with malevolence, searching her soul's deepest vulnerabilities. "I'm not afraid of you," Clara shouted defiantly, though her heart trembled beneath the weight of fear. She felt the truth threading through her chest as the shadows curled closer, desperately scrambling for control. But Clara had already caught a glimpse of the light within her that shimmered, flickering defiantly even in the face of dark. With a surge of defiance, Clara summoned the last remnants of energy within her, visualizing a brilliant light igniting from her core. It radiated outward, pushing against the confines of darkness that sought to envelop her whole, a shining beacon among shadows. Light erupted from her heart, piercing through the encroaching night, bright and fierce. The shadows recoiled, shrieking as they felt the ferocity of her spirit push back against the primal fear that clung to the edges of her soul. Together, she cried again, the words pouring forth like an incantation. In that moment, Marco and Sophie joined her, hands locking together, their warmth pulsing against Clara's skin as they poured their strength through the bond they had formed. The resonance of their collective light surged, a shield against the dark night that threatened to engulf them. Flashes of brilliant energy exploded outward, temporarily dispelling the shadows that had caged Clara in a terror-stricken embrace. They flickered like fireflies caught in a storm, spinning away as wisps of darkness dissipated, revealing strips of woven hope beneath the surface as Clara felt the connection solidify, pulling her back to her friends. Breathless, they stumbled back together, the shadows receding reluctantly as they felt the energy bond strengthen. She had not faced this darkness alone, and that made all the difference. "Keep moving," Marco urged urgently, his eyes darting toward the encroaching shadows that began to regroup, slinking backward as if waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. "We need to find the source. It can't be far." Clara nodded, still feeling the residual pulse of light within her. Guiding her steps forward, they pressed on, the landscape shifting and twisting beneath their feet, the ground beneath paved with creeping vines that snaked and entwined, turning the once familiar meadow into a labyrinth of growing darkness. "Where are we going?" Sophie gasped, tugging Clara's arm as they edged along the jagged path lined with ominous thorns and sickly weeds, their fragrance growing more potent with each step, harsh and pungent under the twilight sky. "There must be a center," Clara started, her mind racing, grasping at what little hope they had left. "A source where this darkness originates. We just need to find it." But as they ventured deeper, the shadows thickened, pooling in corners, growing taller and stretching wider, laughter echoing through the air as malevolent figures danced just out of sight. Clara felt the chill of that laughter sinking into her skin, a dark harmony that pulsated with the shadows. It was a sinister melody that felt intrinsically wrong, taunting, echoing her own insecurities through the chilling air. Do you think we're going in circles?" Marco murmured, eyes darting, sweat glistening on his brow. Before Clara could answer, the ground trembled beneath them. A low growl rose from the depths of the shifting shadows, and then, from the deepest recesses, rose an enormous shape, black and shimmering, the embodiment of all their fears combined into one monstrous entity, rising against the backdrop of a twisted night sky. The creature lurked ahead, massive and imposing, its eyes glowing like twin suns of desolation, an abyss that seemed to suck the very light from the air. Clara felt her heart drop, the chill of terror crawling back into her veins as it opened its vast maw, revealing rows of jagged, dripping teeth that glimmered in the meager light. "Run!" Marco shouted, hollow fear driving them into action as they dashed away. But the shadows coiled tighter around them, slick and unyielding, as if sliding along their skin. That Clara's breath came in sharp gasps, the weight of each step a battle against the pulses of fear that beat in time with her racing heart. She glanced back just in time to see the creature lurch forward, shadows spilling from its maw like smoke, twisting around the trio. "No!" she screamed, adrenaline propelling her forward as they charged ahead, desperately breaking free into the wider expanse of the meadow. But the darkness was relentless, pouring from the creature like a torrential downpour that fell upon them, threatening to consume everything in its path. "Keep pushing through together," Clara urged her friends, even as the shadows seemed to thicken, engulfing them as they ran. a limitless sea of black liquid intent on devouring their triumphant light. With every anguished shout, she felt the ghosts of her past clawing at her. Faces of lost opportunities and regret that loomed within the depths of the darkness, gnashing their teeth, trying to drown her in sorrow. "You can't do this," she shouted, her voice steely anew as she summoned every ounce of strength remaining. "We choose not to be afraid." The shadows recoiled as Clara fought to tear through the veil of despair, rejecting the tendrils of fear as they twisted around her mind. "We are stronger than darkness," she gasped, pulling Sophie and Marco with her as they trudged through the waves of encroaching blackness. But even as they pushed forward, the shadows twirled around them like a storm. They didn't relent. In one final lurch, Clara felt an icy grip wrap around her wrist, pulling her back, the sensation creeping into her bones as panic surged through her veins. "Clara!" Marco yelled, his eyes wide as he reached out, desperation etched across his face. "No!" Clara shouted, clenching her teeth against the encroaching darkness. With a great effort, she wrenched her arm free of the grasping blackness. Clara recognized the truth within her. She could feel their past failures sparking, but she wouldn't be made small. She would rise. Together, Clara shouted, her voice fierce and bright against the unfolding storm. A sudden surge of warmth ignited along her fingertips as they reached for each other once more, their hands clasping tightly as they formed a circle, a united front. "Now!" Maria thrummed with energy, pulling strength from their bond, the warmth flowing through her, erupting in waves that pushed against all that threatened to break them. In a swirl of brilliant light, they shouted together, relinquishing their fears to the power pulsating among them. "No more!" The light surged around them, ripping through the shadows, obliterating every whisper of doubt and slashing through the darkness that sought to reclaim them. Waves of light exploded outward, sending radiant tendrils stretching far and wide, scattering the shadows like autumn leaves in a gale. The creature shrieked in furious agony, its form flickering as the darkness unfurled, revealing the fragile threads of its malevolence. Clara watched as the vile shape began to buckle under the light, collapsing in on itself. They had found their strength together, and it was fierce enough to push back against the dark around them, but the remnants of despair clung fiercely. Clara could feel them pushing against her shield, desperate to reclaim their hold. "We can't give up," Clara cried, her voice unraveling the tether that bound her to the swirling shadows. "We need to stand together." Rising through the chorus of light and darkness, Clara called forth the memories that had once bound her in chains. Moments of triumph, laughter that echoed beyond the pain, love that glimmered brighter than the mist of darkness. She had emerged from the pain, and she would not falter now. With one final surge of energy, they drew upon the light within themselves, fortifying their hands. Clara felt a surge of warmth harmonizing with Sophie and Marco's energy, the three of them igniting the core of their friendship that gleamed like A. The light coalesced around them. Clara felt a wave of strength pulsing through the entwined fingers holding tightly to one another, their interlinked hearts propelling them forward. The darkness writhed beneath them, visibly twisting and curling as though in pain, sensitive to the overwhelming force of their friendship. For every flicker of light, igniting in the otherwise obsidian expanse, the shadows recoiled as if seared by flames, suppressing the whispering doubts that once drowned them in terror. "Don't look back!" Clara shouted, her resolve crystallizing into a solid shield as they pushed onward. The shadows lashed out violently, hurling a chilling wind that howled through the treetops around them, sending ghostly wisps swirling into the air. Each breath felt like inhaling shards of ice, leaving the burning sense of dread simmering deep in their chests. But as they ran, the terrain shifted unnaturally beneath their feet. The land felt alive, twisting and folding. Roots surged upward like grasping hands from the ground, eager to ensnare their ankles. Clara narrowly avoided a clutching vine that lashed out towards her, dangerously close to its tendrils wrapping around her calf. "This way!" she yelled, veering sharply to the left as the path began to split into various threads of darkness and shadow. "Do you see it?" Marco exclaimed, squinting into the haze that spread across the horizon. The trees bent and twisted at odd angles, their once graceful forms now resembling menacing figures poised to devour them. Clara's heart raced at the sight. She could feel eyes, watching, waiting. In those gnarled branches, a specter's choir lurking in the corners of her vision. "What is that?" Sophie's voice quavered, her grip tightening around Clara's wrist. She halted as they stepped into a clearing, a once bright meadow now encased in an eerie twilight. At its center stood a twisted monument, a blackened stone pulpit snaking upward, its jagged edges clawing at the waning light. Shadows seeped from its core, free and writhing like tendrils of smoke, revealing crimson etchings winding across the stone surface. "It looks like—" Clara couldn't quite say it, but the familiar imagery clawed at her mind. It resembled a binding, the sort of runes that wove connections, capable of ensnaring spirits in their grasp. A pit of dread opened within her as she realized the truth. They had been lured here, drawn toward a trap. The sound of laughter danced through the air, not kind or joyous, but a sinister echoing mirth that gnawed at the heart. "They're scared," an ethereal voice hissed from the shadows, dipping low and dripping bitterness thick as honey. "Scared of what you could become, of who you really are." The shadows around them coiled tighter, reaching like fingers desperately grasping for their very essence. "Who's there?" Clara demanded, her voice steady despite the quaking emanating from her chest, the icy fingers of fear creeping up her spine. She could feel the darkness thickening around them, breathing, pulsing, a living entity watching them from every blackened corner. "What are you afraid of?" The voice came again, a seductive whisper that curled into her ear, wrapping around her thoughts like smoke. "Show me who you are, Clara. Show us what you hide." "No!" she barked, flinging herself against the tendrils trying to entrap her, her heart thundering in her ears. Marco and Sophie mirrored her movements, every fiber of their being pushing against the icy hands of despair and doubt, forcing back the intrusive shadows fluttering around them. Yet the darkness seeped deeper, encroaching upon them from all sides, real and spectral, cloaking them in suffocating despair. Clara felt memories rising to the surface of her mind, twisted images reflecting the shadows that danced across the ground. She saw her younger self, sitting alone in the playground, watching as others laughed and played without her, the suffocating weight of isolation pressing down on her heart. "I was left behind," the voice taunted, laced with cruelty, like barbed wire scraping against her. Clara clenched her teeth, forcing the memories away, but they came rushing back like a torrent, relentless and merciless. The moments of hurt became palpable. She felt the sting of every criticized word, every snicker that followed her through the halls, every tremoring moment of loneliness lying in her bed, drowning in suffocating silence. "You fear being alone," the voice continued, an echoing chorus that spiraled around her, attempting to penetrate her defenses. "You will always be alone." "No!" Clara cried out again, fighting against the tide of despair sweeping over her. It felt almost tangible, the darkness wrapping tighter around her as if it were forming its own cocoon, pressing heavily against her chest. But even in that moment, miraculously, she remembered Marco and Sophie beside her, their presence bright and unyielding, a beacon amid the encroaching gloom. Together, she rallied, her voice rising above the din, and with it came a burst of light drawn from that shared bond, an electric surge that filled the air, sparking against the oppressive bleakness. It sliced through the cries of anguish. Yet even as the light pushed back against the shadows, more specters joined the fray, swirling into view from the dark center, wailing shrouded figures clawing at their souls. Ghostly visages of all the fears they held inside erupted all around them. Sophie's insecurities, Marco's self-doubt, and the darkness that weaved uneasily through Clara's heart. "Join us!" The shadows screeched, the cacophony of voices rising to a fevered pitch, each mocking laughter entwining with screams. the desperation that clawed at their insides, begging for release, for recognition. "No!" Clara cried, the thoughts spinning loudly in her mind. "You don't control us. We are not prisoners of fear." Together they anchored themselves, drawing strength from their unity, willing back against the insistent pull of the darkest abyss. As Clara focused inward, she summoned every ounce of hope she could find. Bursting from her soul, brilliant light erupted anew. "We are stronger than our fears," she yelled, the words reverberating with conviction, shaking the shadows to their core, a fierce light that pierced through the raging tempest of malevolence encircling them. In response, the shrieking darkness recoiled, flinching as Clara pushed forward, forcing the light to explode from her chest with renewed intensity, a wildfire raging against the cold grip of despair attempting to bind them. But even with the light expanding outward, her heart thudded uncertainly, the weight of their fears bearing down on each of them, the echoes of insecurities flaring up. Clara could see them now, not only in her mind but within her friends. Brief glimpses of Marco's crippling anxiety, Sophie's past failures unfolding like ominous specters, and Clara's own hesitations reaching out unbidden. Fear wrapped around them like sinewy vines, each thread a tentacle of despair trying to pull them apart, to isolate and conquer. Shadows flickered, swirling dangerously close as if trying to wrench them from one another. "Face your past," the voice thundered, resonating powerfully through the clearing, almost palpable. A command that forced the ground to tremble beneath their feet. "Face your haunted fears." In that moment, Clara had a choice. A heavy burden lay between them, a crucible they must walk through and experience all at once. Her heart raced with trepidation, not knowing how she would face such intimate truths laid bare, their raw vulnerability displayed in the open air, yet realizing they would emerge stronger if they allowed their light to shine among the darkness. "Let go!" she shouted, her voice filled with conviction as she squared her shoulders against the gargantuan pulse of shadows swirling around them. "We embrace what has come before us." In defiance, Clara closed her eyes momentarily, feeling the warmth of Marco and Sophie's hands locked in hers. Their light coiled together, reigning over the comatose shadows. "We accept all parts of ourselves," she declared, breathing deeply, her spirits rising. Suddenly, an explosion of light rippled outward as the tendrils began to retreat, spiraling into myriad patterns of brilliant color that splintered the irrevocable darkness. The shadows shot backward, their forms flickering like candles threatened by the winds of an impending storm, attempting to stay anchored in the bog of despair. Clara opened her eyes, determination fueling her as she envisioned everything they had faced together. The struggles, the hollow moments, and the beautiful happiness that had stitched them together like the golden remnants of a tapestry. We won't be defined by them. We are the light, and they will be cast away. The shadows belligerently roared in response, angrily swirling and writhing as Clara poured her heart and soul into the light erupting from within. She felt her friends reciprocate, their hands tightening around her as brilliant flashes broke through the veil of despair. Then, to Clara's horror, there appeared shadows roiling more violently from the stony pulpit ahead, unveiling monstrous nightmarish shapes that loomed larger than their previous counterparts. Dark wings stretching across the sky, monstrous visages reaching for them with claws and teeth, gnashing impatiently. "Don't let them in," Marco shouted, panic creeping into his voice as a flicker of fear clouded his usually steadfast demeanor. "Clara, we need to stand together, now more than ever." Sophie squeezed Clara's hand, her resolve shining like a beacon as she steadied her breath. "We can do this. We won't let them win." Clara felt the pulse of sound and strength radiating between them, the rhythm of their hearts echoing wide and alive as the darkness surged forward, screaming, an unholy wail that permeated the air around them. Together they gripped onto each other, a triad unbreakable, ground beneath their feet threatening to crumble. "Dig deep," Clara urged, unleashing every ounce of brightness from her heart as it merged with the light of her friends, forming a stunning crescendo that burst forth. In one unified cry, they surged forward against the nightmare that loomed, channeling everything they had overcome into a towering light that melted through the oppressive air, weaving through the enemy. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air, a splintering light racing, ripping down the shadows, consuming the pulpit. The laughter turned to furious wails as the darkness battled against the blinding surge, fighting for its life against their illuminated embrace. A battle of wills that would carve their very essence into the fabric of night. Together, Clara echoed even as they felt the monstrous figure rear back, visibly recoiling from the brightness they wielded. Shadows snapping like brittle twigs cast in the embers of an inferno. No! The ethereal voice cracked, desperation threading through the chorus. You cannot defeat me. You are nothing. But the trio pressed on, entwined in defiance, each breath a declaration of unity. We are everything, Clara shouted, releasing the fears, embracing warmth, and casting forth the flames of their collective resolve into the consuming dark. The shadows screeched and screeched, the darkness around them fading as they surged with relentless energy, emanating light that cast the oppressive. Darkness aside, Clara could feel the ground pulse beneath as their power unraveled the very roots of despair, fibers of which wove through their souls, bringing repentance and illumination to every corner of the realm. As they charged forward, the shadows shattered like glass, cascading into remnants of mist, flickering forms that swirled and danced backward, their presence thinning like smoke lost in sunlight. Clara kept her grip firm, the resolute connection between them brightening as they barreled through the depths of despair, a cyclone of energy, provoking the layers of darkness to dissolve like fragile petals in the wind. Stay with me, Marco gasped, a fiery glimmer in his eyes as he pushed every shred of energy into the shared warmth between them. With a collective surge, the trio exploded forth, radiating brilliance that flooded the chamber with luminous waves, cascading over the once-tainted stones and obliterating the bond of shadows stretching into the edges of the night. Clara could feel the power coursing through her, reflections of their shared strength unveiling itself, conquering every whisper that tugged at the edges of what they had feared. Yet the dark entity continued to grunt and growl, dark tendrils reaching across the remnants of light that fractured the darkness like dawn breaking upon the horizon. Clara felt the shadows close in, battering against their shield of light, but the intensity only intensified, pushing them further and further beyond the brink. We are not done, Clara shouted above the rising tumult, their light transforming the landscape around them into a riotous glow. The shadows retreated again, thrashing mid-laughter, a cacophony of ghostly voices fading into the ether, their sinister grip unfurling like a hissing serpent encountering bright sunlight. They pushed onward, toward the very heart of the darkness that blazed with ferocity, a luminous phoenix rising triumphantly from the ash, everything they had forged together culminating in that defining moment. But just as victory seemed tangible, the skies above darkened, swirling with unchained malevolence, rippling as shadows coalesced into colossal forms threatening them, twisting and gaping mouths emerging as they unfurled like grotesque petals from a decaying flower. Trapped in the whirlwind, Clara gasped, "What's happening?" She could see the figures materializing in a dreadful embrace, swirling tempest rising to enclose them within its maw, echoing with wails that felt etched deep within their hearts. The shadows twisted into a massive visage, eyes scorching and burning with fury as the darkness roared, drowning out all thought. "You cannot escape me," it boomed, a voice deep and resonant that seemed to shake the very foundations of their being. The hairs on Clara's arms stood at attention as she instinctively huddled closer to Marco and Sophie. Together, they formed a barrier, an unbreakable line against the terrifying shadow that loomed. With fierce determination, Clara clutched her friend's hands tightly, igniting the fire within them. She took a step forward, heart racing but fueled by a relentless drive. "We have faced our fears together. We know your tricks," she shouted, her voice ringing through the air like a clarion call. The shadow paused, uncertainty threading through its dark form. "Fools!" it hissed, the dark tendrils lashing out at them, trying to snuff out the light that had begun to breathe life back into the stifled air. You think you know me? You are but children playing at courage. You will be devoured. Sophie lifted her chin, her emerald eyes shimmering with resolve. We're not children. We have grown stronger because of our struggles. We are more than the darkness that tries to consume us, she declared, and as she spoke, a brilliant radiance erupted around them, a spiral of vibrant energy fueled by their unity, each shard of light amplifying the fire of their connection. Marco stepped in beside Sophie, his voice steady, laced with defiance. You are nothing without our fears. You have no power over us unless we allow you. The shadow shrieked, a sound filled with fury and disbelief. Clara felt the vibrations penetrate her very core, but she steadied herself, drawing in a deep breath. You are a part of us, yes, she said, her voice soaring over the noise, but you don't define us. We accept our fears, but they will not control us. We choose to rise. With those words, Clara surged forward with renewed strength, letting the light she had cultivated spread and meld with Marco and Sophie's light, creating a blinding explosion that surged toward the monstrous figure. The brilliance enveloped everything, illuminating the dark landscape around them, revealing the long-buried hopes and dreams that the darkness had tried so desperately to bury. No! The shadow howled, thrashing wildly as the light engulfed it, tendrils shrinking back in fear. Clara and her friends advanced, using the combined strength of their will to intensify the brilliance. You cannot do this. You are weak. Maybe we were weak, Clara shot back, her voice unwavering. But never again. We are who we choose to be. The light pulsed outward like a supernova, washing over the shadow, washing it away in waves of color that represented everything they held dear. Friendship, love, and resilience. And with that, the colossal shadow began to fragment, dark shards breaking away and dissolving into the air, momentarily illuminating the night in brilliant hues. The impulse of light resonated deep within Clara's heart, a rhythm of hope pulsing with life, igniting their surroundings. As the last remnants of the darkness crumbled, a silence fell over the clearing. Clara, Marco, and Sophie stood there, breathless and awestruck, gazing at the shimmering light that hung in the air, a halo that surrounded them. We did it, Marco whispered, the awe evident in his voice, as the weight of the darkness lifted, leaving only the gentle hum of collective triumph. Yes, we did, Sophie echoed, tears sparkling in her eyes, reflecting the remnants of the light shimmering around them. Clara felt her heart swell with warmth, a sense of overwhelming accomplishment radiating through her veins. This was the power of their combined spirits. They had faced their fears and emerged victorious, stronger than they'd ever been before. Together they laughed, disbelief mingling with joy, a kaleidoscope of emotions unfurling as they embarked on this new chapter unburdened by the shadows from which they had just emerged. And there, amidst the remnants of the shattered darkness, they found not only solace, but the undeniable knowledge that they could face anything together. It was more than a victory, it was a rebirth. Clara took a step forward into the light radiating through what once had been a place of despair. As they moved through the remnants of darkness evaporating around them, she turned back to Marco and Sophie. I think we might have a chance now, she said softly, a smile brightening her features. And this is just the beginning, Marco replied, his eyes glimmering with optimism. Sophie glanced up at the sky, where the darkness had begun to lift. We'll face whatever comes next together. As they locked hands, a new dawn broke beyond them, a canvas of brilliant colors illuminating the horizon. Stepping forward into the future, Clara knew they would always carry the strength of their light, well beyond the shadows they had vanquished. They refused to be prisoners of their fears anymore. Instead of isolation, they chose connection. Instead of despair, they embraced hope. And as they walked into the dawn, Clara whispered, "Together we are unbreakable, and together they would always shine." The shadows recoiled as if burnt, shrieking and writhing like serpents as the light pierced through their inky forms, revealing glimpses of darkness twisted with anguish. Clara could feel the oppressive weight of fear pressing against her chest. But within her heart, a fire raged that refused to be extinguished. The air crackled with electric energy as she drew upon her memories. Each joyful moment, each quiet triumph, feeding the light threatening to engulf the oppressive darkness. Yet the shadows were relentless. They morphed and evolved, sensing the encroaching threat. In a chilling display, the very walls of the chamber began to shift and ebb like water, pulsating with a malevolent life of their own as clammy fingers reached out, trying to wrap around her ankles, trapping her in their haunt. Clara felt a cold shiver creep up her spine. The sensation was more than just physical. It was an echo of the deep-seated fears she had buried over the years. Shadows of her insecurities manifested. The eerie whispers taunting her, "You're not enough. You never were." As Clara glanced at the corners of the chamber, she saw flickering faces forming within the darkness. Memories of those who had left her behind or who she had let down. Impossible expectations loomed in monstrous forms, their haunting visages distorted, mouths stretched wide in anguished screams that reverberated through the air. "Clara, you will never be free of us," they wailed, the sounds intertwining with the howling shadows. Sophie screamed, clutching Marco's arm tightly as she drew her breath. "We can't let them take us. Remember the light. Our bond is stronger." Clara felt Sophie's strength resonate through her, a reminder of their unity in the storm. She nodded vigorously, blinking back tears, pushing against the fear threatening to suffocate her resolve. The energy within her surged forward. With each click of her camera, beams of light whirled around them, staving off the menacing shadows that clawed at their hearts. Clara captured every flicker of courage, every ounce of hope reflected in their eyes, as tremors echoed ominously in the chamber. Each burst of light pushed back against the oppressive darkness, lighting up grotesque shapes that continued to form. Clara realized that the shadows were shifting, reshaping, as if learning from each failure, becoming something even more terrifying. The air thickened, laden with dread, as they adjusted their assaults, snapping in tandem with the guttural exclamations that clawed through the chamber. Suddenly, the looming shade split into two distinct, ferocious entities, towering over them with elongated limbs reaching toward the friends like gnarled branches yearning to ensnare them. "You cannot fight your fate," one of them howled, its voice a dissonant echo, filled with the sorrow of innumerable lost souls. Clara's heart raced as she clutched the camera tighter, adrenaline surging through her veins. Every facade of bravery was tested when one of the entities lunged forward, sharp fingers slicing through the air and ripping through the brightness, sending a wave of regret that washed over her and cut deep. Before she could react, visions filled her mind, horrific snapshots of her life, painting scenes of moments frozen in shame. Caught in the endless spiral of her darkest thoughts, she saw herself standing alone amid the failures that had haunted her since childhood. Clara pressed her hands to her head, trying to fight against the overpowering images. "No, I won't let you in," she screamed, her voice trembling with the weight of despair, forcing herself to focus on the love that surrounded her. Marco's unyielding presence anchored her, sparking defiance within her core. He squeezed Sophie's hand, emboldened. "Keep fighting, Clara. We are stronger together," at his rallying cry. Clara felt the warmth of hope surge through her, a bright beacon illuminating the deepening shadows. She lifted her camera and snapped another picture, the flash sparking brilliantly, igniting the darkness like a fireball. The cacophony of wails intensified. The shadows shrieked as they ruptured into chaotic forms, a swirling vortex of despair caught in the conflict of light and dark. But this time Clara wouldn't stop. She refused to yield. Click after click, she unleashed a barrage of light that ricocheted around the chamber like a symphony of ancestors rallying for their loved ones, the air thickening with a sudden force. "This is our place. You will not claim it," Clara shouted, her determination flaring brightly as the shadows clawed at her, groping blindly in the stark brightness. Yet with each moment of triumph, the darkness shifted, hunger leaching from it in waves. Gaping holes opened within its mass, revealing the twisted forms of those it had consumed. Faces stretched into unimaginable horror, overtaken by despair. Shadows danced grotesquely, phantoms of those lost and forgotten caught in their stagnation, wearing expressions of anguish and longing. Clara felt her heartbeat quicken, terror rising within her as she recognized their familiar, heart-wrenching eyes. A figure stepped forward from the swirling darkness, its features emblazoned in haunting familiarity. A portrait of Clara herself, twisted with disfigured despair. "You are me," the entity whispered, its voice like poison, echoing doubts and self-loathing in terrible symphonies. "You cannot escape what you are." "No, no," Clara choked out, feeling her heart plummet as memories flooded her mind, igniting insecurities and feelings of inadequacy. "You're not real," she shouted, shaking her head fiercely. "You're just a manifestation of my fears." As the tormenting figure leaned closer, Clara's instinct screamed at her to run, but she held her ground. The ground beneath her vibrated, shadows twisting like venomous snakes ready to strike, breath hot against her skin. Each breath drew the oppressive dread closer, every heartbeat drumming a rhythm of despair. But through it all, Clara remained resolute. "Our bond is our strength," she affirmed, her voice igniting with fierce resolve. She turned, gripping the camera tightly, and faced the darkness again, ready to fight. The connection between her and her friends intensified. Plumes of light ignited with shared laughter and love echoing through the air as she unleashed another pulse of brilliance, illuminating the chamber with pure, radiant energy. The distorted figure shrieked, its shrill voice drowned in the shock waves of light. As it dissolved into tendrils of shadow, Clara felt a sudden, intense warmth spreading through her chest. With every photograph, the lingering figures retreated, forced back into the abyss, the boundaries of light and shadow fraying as her bond with Marco and Sophie grew stronger. "Clara, look out!" Sophie's voice broke in as the shadows lunged again, their claws slashing through the brightness, coming for her with chilling speed. Clara spun, raising her camera instinctively, but the enormity of the entity bore down on her like a suffocating wave. She barely had time to react as cold fingers grazed her arm, breaking through the light, chilling her to the bone. The shadows whispered haunting echoes that reverberated in the marrow of her bones. "You're not perfect. You will never be free. You will lose them, like all who matter. I will not yield," Clara screamed, unleashing the camera's flash in a desperate surge, fighting the voices that clawed at her mind, thrumming within her soul. The brightness kicked back, sending the shadows recoiling in agony. Yet, the darkness twisted around her, the shadows drawing closer as they loosened their hold. But they pulsed too with fierce hunger. Clara could see it now, their methods evolving as they roared with fury and despair, faces screaming, faces she once adored, trapped in a murky illusion, agonizing over what could have been. Clara's heart sank as she recognized her grandmother, flickering between threads of dark and light, the edges of her existence fraying dangerously. "Help me, Clara. You must save me. You cannot abandon me to this darkness." "No!" Clara shouted, the very fabric of her being aching with pain as the shadows pulsed around her, beckoning her to join. She felt the profound loss weighing heavy on her chest, her heart quivering with a heartache of what she had done, the love they had shared overshadowed by regret. "You are free from this pain." In that moment, with conviction burning bright, fearlessly she took a decisive breath and lifted the camera again, capturing the essence of her memories, the hope and warmth she cherished. "You are not lost to me." With a deafening click, light erupted from the camera, scattering the shadows and igniting the air as Clara's love flooded the chamber, infusing strength into every inch of the space. The energy surged, and to her surprise, their love echoed through the nightmarish haze, flickering flames of companionship, driving back the darkness once more. The shadows shrieked, anguished and overwhelmed. They stirred into chaos, retreating into maddened whispers. clawing at the edges of the brightness as distress pulsed in their forms. Clara's heart raced, aware of the intensifying connection that glowed within them now. They would not and could not abandon each other, and yet the darkness was relentless. It seethed and dragged the murmurs of their past into one terrifying amalgamation as it twisted the love towards insidious deceit, intent on driving a wedge between them. You are nothing without your grief, Clara. Embrace it. Let it overwhelm you. They slithered, laughter echoing in the void. The walls pulsated, dark figures stretching forth, attempting to ensnare the warmth of their love, refusing to let go. She could feel the corners of her consciousness fray as the darkness lashed out, memories creeping back like shadows invading her mind. Clara could hear herself from years past, lingering at the boundaries of possibility. Uninvited were the moments she had held onto, shared joys now twisted into insurmountable weight. A chorus of familiar taunts filtered around her, a cacophony of fears whispering that life would never measure up, that she would never escape the abyss claiming her soul. Clara's breath quickened as the entities clawed at the essence of her being. With her comrades beside her, the world flickered perilously between threads of light and shadow. We must remember that together, we are unstoppable, Marco shouted, grounding Clara as he pushed Sophie slightly back, protective instinct burning bright. With steely resolve, Clara pulled the camera to her chest, summoning fierce energy that would counter the rising tide. Taking one steadying breath, she looked at the pictures she had captured. Their laughter, their joy threaded together. "We will not succumb," she proclaimed, the resonance of her voice reverberating throughout the necrotic gloom. Each heartbeat merged with the pulse of strength emanating from her friends, uniting their spirits, their essence coalescing into an unbreakable force. It was now or never. Clara lifted her camera high, preparing to unleash the final blow of their combined love, their bond unyielding in the face of despair. But just then, the shadows surged forward, twisting as they transformed, elongated limbs snapping in unison, the sounds of anguish melding into an insistent chant, echoing through the hollowed chambers. You will never conquer your past. It will hold you forever. Your connection will only weaken you. The presence is twisted, folding into grotesque imitations of moments lost, echoes that tormented her heart. Clara could see sorrow morph into malice, took shape into shards of regrets that each carried faces that haunted her. "Remember me," her father's voice rang hauntingly from a corner, a silhouette caught in a web of shadows. "You failed me." Clara felt the bile rise as disbelief clawed at her throat, the familiar hurt spiraling. "No!" she cried, suppressing the tremors in her chest, refusing to buckle under the pressure of his words. "I will not be consumed." With a fierce, determined resolve, she snapped the camera once more, pooling all the energy within her, emptying the reservoir of light she had nurtured. The flash ignited the shadows, pushing back against the darkness that threatened to swallow her whole. Her friends at her side, capturing the light that poured forth and igniting the echoes of their bond, a relentless surge against the consuming doubt. With every resounding click, she raised the camera high above her head, pulsing with each heartbeat, each determination to gather strength and love into a singular, transcendental moment. The shadows screamed in rage, twisting savagely as they recoiled, unable to withstand the force of their connection. But their horror deepened, the whispers twisting into a dark melody as chilling laughter echoed ever louder. "You cannot escape who you are, Clara. All will be claimed." And for a moment, Clara felt the weight settle around her, a chilling realization that their bondage was far deeper than she initially understood. The darkness surged forward, threatening to cut through, the shadows that seemed to sharpen, elongating into sharp claws, ready to draw her away from the warmth. In the pit of despair, Clara felt the icy fingers grip her heart, twisting into chills as the weight of the entity squeezed within her chest. She fought. She gripped the camera fiercely, conscious of the bond holding her friends close, determined to flick the switch. "We have the power to conquer this," she shouted. "Together, As the last remnants of doubt twisted around her, she snapped a photo, exploding her truth into the storm, and the chamber exploded with a blinding light that cut through the shadows like a sword. Clara's vision blurred momentarily from the brightness emanating from the camera as the shadows recoiled. The air crackled with energy, a sudden surge pushing back the miasma that seemed to breathe in anticipation, feeding on despair. She could feel her pulse quicken, rushing through her veins like wildfire. The oppressive weight burdening her heart seemed to lift as the light unfurled, illuminating details within the dark corners of the chamber that had previously been cloaked in dread. Each face from her memories flickered, caught in the brilliance, a fleeting echo of joy twisting and writhing within their murky forms, as if the light itself were a weapon. But this atmosphere was not without its consequences. Shadows writhed and twisted at the edges of the light, lingering like ghosts unwilling to part from the solidity of sorrow. With a deep, terrible growl, the shadows morphed, reshaping themselves into grotesque figures, clotting together as if each fragment of Clara's pain was tied intimately to these creations. The figures grew larger, drawing upon her deepest fears, and Clara found herself face to face with manifestations of her nightmares, horrific silhouettes of lost opportunities, twisted faces of those she had wronged, and chilling glimpses of despair that reached out with claw-like fingers. "They are your burdens." The disturbing reflections shrilled in unison, their voices melding into a grotesque symphony. "Each choice has led you here. You cannot escape." The depth of their anguish cries echoed in her ears, darting into her mind like needles. Clara felt her resolve wavering with every syllable spoken, every distorted expression gazing upon her with knowing contempt. "Shut up," she shouted, her voice reverberating through the darkened chamber. But the sounds only grew louder, reverberating back upon her in a vicious cycle. Clara could feel their despair pushing in on her, cold, twisted fingers brushing against her skin, pulling her towards the abyss, each fleeting touch a reminder of her insecurities, illuminating a long-buried anguish. Old humiliations and failed attempts ghosted past her, laughter she couldn't erase resonating with an almost tangible malice. "Let us show you the truth," one of the figures hissed, its mouth contorting grotesquely, pushing forth dark tendrils of memory. Clara staggered back, the camera slipping slightly from her grasp. For a moment, she felt the fleeting weight of a hand upon her shoulder, a friend or a foe. She could not tell, and the moment appeared to stretch into eternity. Then, from behind her, a warm light seeped through the oppressive darkness. Marco and Sophie surged, their eyes wide with determination, their words fortifying Clara's resolve. "We are with you, Clara. Remember what you have," Marco shouted, his voice anchoring her within the haze. "You are not alone." In that instant, Clara felt the pulse of their unity, a fierce vibrancy that shattered the chaos threatening to consume her. The shadows around her recoiled, screeching in hatred at the display of their bond. But Clara was not finished. She raised the camera high, feeling the energy coursing through her fingertips as she pressed the shutter again. The flash erupted in all directions, an all-consuming light that swallowed the room whole. As the light spread, it swirled and danced as if imbued with the essence of all they held dear. The laughter, the friendship, the shared moments. Clara closed her eyes against the brilliance, picturing those cherished memories and channeling them straight into the heart of the darkness. The camera clicked repeatedly, each sound igniting echoes of joy that surged outward, twisting through the tendrils of despair and illuminating the path before her. Yet, the shadows would not relent easily. They shrieked, an unearthly chorus filled with fury as they lashed out, desperate to reclaim the ground they had lost to the encroaching light. Clara was aware now of the stakes at hand. This was not merely a battle of darkness and light. It was a fight for her very soul, for the sanctity of her friends, those wonderfully flawed pieces of her life. "Clara!" Sophie shouted, her voice suddenly tinged with urgency. "They're regrouping. Hold tight." A fresh wave of shadows surged forward, wounded but not defeated, morphing into jagged shapes that screamed of rage and devastation. Clara's heart raced, terror mixing with her resolve as she sensed the impending storm and gathered her energy, anchoring herself firmly even amidst the turmoil surrounding her. "You will not take them. You will not take me," she screamed defiantly, drawing upon the wellspring of their intertwined spirits, the friendship woven through laughter and tears, her memories slashing through the darkness like a beacon. The camera flashed again, sending out a brilliant wave that shattered the shadows, illuminating the chamber with blinding radiance. Yet, even as the flickering tendrils recoiled, new figures materialized from the depths, visions of her past refracting in obsidian forms. Among them, her father loomed, his figure both exaggerated and grotesque, filled with sorrow and accusation. "You were never good enough. You carry my failure," he taunted, his face twisting into a mask of despair. Clara stumbled back, the familiar sting of betrayal curling within her gut. "That's not true," she cried out, grounding herself against the anguish vibrating through her. Those words had haunted her, but she would no longer let them define her. "I am strong. I have friends who support me." With renewed vigor, Clara raised the camera again, tapping into the collective energy of those she loved. Each click ignited the very fabric of her resolve, launching beams of vibrancy through the suffocating shadows. Pulses of light surged around the chamber, pushing back the darkness that sought to draw her into its cold embrace. She could feel the warmth of Marco and Sophie beside her, their spirit reverberating through her, granting her the strength to defy the shadows that beckoned with malice. Together, Marco shouted, the unbreakable bond evident in every ounce of their strength. Clara could see Sophie nodding fervently, her expression placed squarely between determination and fear. "You are never alone. We are not just memories. We are the light pushing through the dark." The shadows writhed in fury, their sigils twisting into fantastical shapes, creatures morphing that reflected shards of her torment. They lunged, claws reaching out to claw her vision, darkness spiraling, shapes resembling pieces of her own insecurities. "You will never let go of your past. You cannot defeat me." Rallying against the encroaching shadows, Clara felt the memories surge forward, their brilliance more powerful than the fear pulling at her. She pressed the shutter yet again. Each click surged with purpose, an affirmation of life and love shared amidst the darkness. Light billowed as if the air itself trembled, ripping through the silhouettes dancing around. More flashes erupted, the glow morphing into something palpable, something real. Her power ignited. One last time, Clara lifted the camera high above her head, unyielding in her purpose. This was more than a moment. It was a summoning. She steeled herself. Friends, family, shine brightly. We break free. With a blinding flash, an explosion of light sliced through the shadows, unraveling them into chains of smoke and vapor that dissipated into nothingness. Gradually, the chamber began to unravel, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Light engulfed the oppressive gloom, but pushed it into the farthest corners. The remnants of the grotesque figures began to dissipate, evaporating into puffs of dark mist, as if the whole structure were collapsing upon itself under the weight of the truth they could no longer contain. Clara heard the whispers growing fainter, shattering into fragments of despair, unable to withstand the purity of the warmth surrounding her. The faces of those she lost were replaced with images of triumph, of people she loved battling beside her, pushing back against her fears as if they had broken through a barrier quite literally. One last piercing wail echoed before Clara felt it, an intense gravitational pull tugging at her, beckoning her to follow. But she did not waver. She extended her hand towards Marco and Sophie, their expressions ablaze with fierce determination. They stood side by side, united against the monumental implosion of shadows on all sides, confronting their fates, determined to emerge unscathed. "It's time to go home," Clara declared, summoning every ounce of courage and love, radiating it into the space around them. "We will not be trapped." With an exuberant snap, she captured the moment, locking it within the camera's embrace. The brilliance enveloped them, swirling waves of light contrasting against remnants of shadow. As the chamber shuddered, Clara caught glimpses of warmth and laughter, memories gathering strength around her, and she felt the surge within herself. The love they shared coiling tightly around them, drawing them towards the edge of the light. Together, they stepped forward, unified against the darkness. In that moment, the energy exploded outward. Clarity enveloped them, and everything around them dissolved into sheer brightness. The connection surged ferociously, and Clara knew they were free. As the last of the shadows melted away, she opened her eyes to the unrelenting light of day. She was enveloped in warmth, surrounded by the soft embrace of golden rays cascading onto her skin. The love she had fought for illuminated her surroundings, and she felt the exuberance radiating in her veins, current flowing with the love of her friends by her side. What remained of the dark didn't bother her now. It had retreated to the farthest reaches of her mind, a phantom, unable to reclaim its hold on her. She had taken control. With Marco and Sophie at her side, Clara took a deep breath, feeling the sun on her face as the world cascaded into focus. They exchanged relieved smiles, the bond they had forged stronger than any force that dared threaten their friendship. They walked forward together, out into the day, leaving the darkness behind as they embraced the warmth of life in full bloom. And in the depths of her heart, Clara knew the journey wasn't over. Shadows extended through life, but so did light. It was a delicate balance they would always navigate together. No longer held captive to despair, Clara was free,